We have rules of today's meeting on the board right now, so I can't see any of you, and I think we will. Can't remember whether last year we had a format where we saw just the speaker, I think.
I think that's what we had.
So we will call this meeting to order at 10 a.m. on February 26th. This is our remote public informational hearing. And do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. So our first announcement is the Community Service Award announcement. And what I'm going to do is read the letter of nomination that was written for this person, because it very nicely sums up the sentiment of many. So to the letter of nomination for Putney Person of the Year, to the Town Manager of Putney and Putney Select Board. We respectfully nominate Eleni Maksukali, owner of the Putney Diner, for Putney's Person of the Year. Eleni has always been a tremendous support to the people of Putney. She regularly donates both food and resources to many Putney organizations and events, including the Putney Food Shelf, Putney Fire Department, and Putney Central School. Each year, she adopts several families from the PCS community to fulfill their Christmas lists, both personally and by organizing a drive amongst her customers. She spearheads fundraising events, most recently partnering with Mike and Kim Costco of the Putney General Store to run a benefit dinner helping the Winchesters recover from their devastating fire. In short, Eleni's generosity exemplifies the best of Putney's community spirit. What is unseen by most is the cup of coffee and bite to eat she offers Putney's homeless on a regular basis, and the discounts she often gives to those that she knows need it. Eleni's generosity fills stomachs and hearts. Even during the hardest pandemic times that allowed for no in-person contact, when small businesses such as hers were suffering, she provided delivery service for those in need. As things have opened up, the diner has returned to offering the constant inviting atmosphere she creates for all of us. Eleni never seeks thanks or recognition. She just does what she does out of community love. We hope that love can be reciprocated with this affirmation of her importance to all of us. Thank you for taking the time to consider our request. And the Select Board would like to congratulate Eleni, thank her so much for her service to the town of Putney. We unanimously agree that this is a well-deserved award, and we're very grateful for all your service. Thank you, Eleni.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and next I'm going to introduce you to our facilitator for the day. Many of you, I'm sure, know her. This is Meg Mott. She is our town moderator, and I believe she's on the ballot for moderator again this year. And Meg is she helped us facilitate this meeting last year and did a fantastic job. And so we are very grateful to have her back this year. Thanks, Meg.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you, Putney, for coming out today for this second remote public information meeting. I have a couple preliminary remarks. Some of them are technological and some of them are democratic. But let me begin by giving thanks to BCTV, to Court Trowbridge, and to her team of wizards. We have here today with us Helena and Nolan of BCTV, and it's their technical know-how that's making this available to more people. I'd also like to thank the people who keep our town running. Jonathan, Karen, Kim, and Cassandra. Without them, our town would not be able to do the work that is necessary for all small towns. And I'd also like to thank the Select Board for their generous service over the year. My other thanks is to Emily Zervas and to the Putney Public Library. All these people that you don't see on the screen right now, they are here with us today, making sure that we get to have a good information meeting where you all can ask questions and where we don't have to agree on what the right answer is. I feel particularly moved today that we're doing this. Democracy is a fragile beast. It is something that takes a lot of work to keep going. And as I was driving in, I heard a reporter calling in from Kiev, and he was describing what was going on in Ukraine across the country. And one of the things he said is that not everybody agrees with the Ukrainian president. Not everybody agrees with what President Joe Biden, his announcements prior to the invasion. But what the reporter said is not agreeing. That's what democracy is all about. So I'm hoping that today, that even though we're not actually able to deliberate, that we will be able to hear each other, to get answers to our questions before we make our votes independently, individually, a little lonely on Tuesday or on your ballots ahead of time. So the first set of guidelines is technological. You just saw this on the screen. But if you could please turn off your video and mute your microphone. If you are not using a laptop, you will need to use your phone *6 to mute or unmute. Make sure that your name is displayed correctly. You can hit rename under participants, hover over the blue square, and make it that your name is saying your correct name. If you wish to speak, please don't use chat. We're not going to be monitoring the chat. So what you'll need to do is electronically raise your hand. So that involves under the reactions or participants, you should see that option at the bottom of your screen as you call in on Zoom. And after, so when when we've are focusing on a specific article and you wish to ask a question about the article or agree or disagree or express some comments, you'll need to get into a queue, and I'll be able to keep track of people in terms of who's spoken, and a list is created. So if your screen is saying that you've raised your hands, know that I have seen on my screen that you are in the queue. Okay, so the sad thing is that we're not having town meeting. And so Josh is calling me a facilitator and not calling me a moderator, because this is a different thing we're doing. Luckily, we're fairly adaptable here in Putney. And one of the reasons that this is going to be different than town meeting is we cannot change the language on the ballot. Everything you're voting on today, you will make your decision, and it's either yes or no. There is no amendments. And so we do not have the same sort of power that we have when we all gather in town meeting. But last year it was quite beautiful, I thought. Sorry, my voice is getting a little dry. Last year, I was very impressed with Putney. We had substantive discussions about difficult, contentious issues, one having to do about representation on the school board or something around that that was confusing for everyone. But what ended up happening was an honest, open discussion. I remember in particular, Alan Blood sharing his opinions, providing reasons for why he felt that way. And then Ruby McAdoo, she offered her ideas and how she had actually changed her mind. So I think we're capable of a great amount of democratic activity today, even if we're not able to actually deliberate. And so let me just give you a couple more pieces of information, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan, our town clerk, in order to reinforce what voting looks like with your mail-in ballot and what you can do. So all of you should have received a mail-in ballot. you're encouraged to vote absentee, but you may vote in person at the town clerk's office during regular office hours or at the Putney Fire Station between the hours of 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. on town meeting day. And if you are interested in engaging in voting on the school board members, another important decision facing the voters of Putney, you may vote on that on Tuesday at the firehouse as well. So before I turn it over to Jonathan to give you even more specific details about the complications of voting absentee or voting in person, I just want to set forth 4 ground rules. And if you do not obey by ground rules, the only thing I can do is to maybe start singing. And I'm a terrible singer. So I might start singing Mary Poppins song. And I'm sure you don't want that. So that's what I will do if I feel like somebody has not kept to the guidelines. Okay, rule number 1, assume goodwill on all participants. We hear each other better when we assume that the person is speaking with good intentions. Number 2, listen carefully to what others have said before you. That is very useful if there's a long queue and you are able, when it's your turn to speak, to say something, I agree with this specific part of what so-and-so said, and I disagree for this reason. So this is a way, so we're really trying to build a sense of what's at issue in each of the articles. Once you have spoken on a particular article, you will not be recognized a second time until all other voters have spoken. So I'll be keeping track to the best of my ability of who's already spoken and trying to get new voices in before I call on the same person twice. And my 4th and final request is keep your comments, questions to under 5 minutes so that we get lots of voices here. Okay, I'm going to turn it to Jonathan just to give us a better understanding of what voting is all about for Tuesday.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Johnson, Putney Town Clerk. Just wanted to remind everybody that we actually have 2 elections on March 1st. The first one is the town meeting, which we're talking about here. There's also a school election. The select board ordered me to mail ballots to all active, not challenged voters. So 1,822 of the roughly 2,000 voters we have in Putney received ballots. As of this morning, only 230 have come back in. I hope that picks up over the next couple days. Please use the secure drop box on the front steps of Town Hall. It's under constant video surveillance. It's very safe and secure. There's just not enough time to mail back a ballot before Tuesday, March 1st. The box will be checked the last time at 7 p.m. on March 1st, at the time the polls close at the fire station. You may vote in person at the fire station, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Tuesday, March 1st. We ask that you bring the ballot you received in the mail. If you don't, you have to fill out a little affidavit that says that you haven't already voted, which just takes more of your time. If you bring your ballot, you're in and out in just a few minutes. There will be a mask mandate. We'll have the same one-way traffic and safety protocols that we've had in prior elections. Please get out and vote. We're looking forward to seeing you and counting your ballot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right, well, let us turn to our warned items. And so if you have your town meeting, your town report, the very final pages list all the articles that you will be voting on your Australian ballot. So let's turn to Article 1, to choose all town officers required by law to be elected. Maybe I'll start by saying I'm Meg Mott, Margaret Meg Mott, and I am running again for town moderator. So, and I'm always interested if other people wish to run for town moderator, but it's a job I've had for 4 or 5 years now, and I'm eager to serve you for another year. Can we hear, before I go to select board candidates, is there anyone who wishes to speak on behalf of running against me as moderator. Would anybody else like to announce a candidacy from the information meeting to run for moderator? Okay, seeing no hands. Oh, Josh, yes.
I don't want to speak on that topic, Meg, but I do want to let people know I have an iPad, and you had mentioned how you raise your hand on your computer, but on an iPad, and I think on quite a few of the Apple devices, the prompts are up in the upper right-hand corner, and what you have to do is go to more, and then raising or lowering your hand happens there. So if regardless of what type of equipment you're on, if you go in the area of participants and might have to open one or the other of those icons in order to find raise your hand, but it should be there regardless of how you're doing this.
Thank you, Josh. Are you sure you don't want to do a write-in candidacy as town moderator?
I think I'm all set. It might be a conflict for me.
It might be a conflict. Okay, well then let us turn to other people who are running for office. And I'm going to focus specifically on the select board candidates. If there's somebody else who's running for office who wishes to say something during this time, just raise your hand. But let us take some time to hear from our three candidates who are running for the position open on the select board. Eric McGowan, are you here?
Hi, Meg. I am here.
Hi, Eric. Yes. Could you just tell us a little bit about why you're running for office?
I'm running for the select board seat because I've got some interest in the town and how it's run. And I'd like to add my knowledge and go from there and see how it works out. Something I've been interested in and something I'm willing to give a shot to.
Great. And Eric, just for people who may not know you, although I know many people do already know you, would you just like to say a few things about your relationship to Putney?
Born and raised in Putney. I've never had any thoughts of going anywhere else. I've been content here in Putney, running my business and raising my daughter. I think it's a great place, and I'd like to serve on the select board to help out with decisions in town.
Great. Thank you very much, Eric. Timothy Morris, would you like to explain why you're running for the select board?
Thanks, Meg. I am Tim Morris. I live out in Warden Road. Why am I running for select board? Wish I'd written more of a speech on this one. In essence, I sort of became interested in the select board because I was looking to have a petition put on the ballot. And when I went in to look at the select board minutes just to look to see if they discussed the issue I was interested in having put on the ballot, I noticed the discussion of the expanded select board and how there was very low interest, or they felt there was low interest, or there had not been many contested elections. And that sort of sparked in me sort of more of an interest and perhaps an interest in sort of countering the idea that there aren't people who are interested. I think there are many people in Putney who are interested in being involved, and probably at all levels, even though we may have some difficulty filling some of the volunteer positions.
Great. Thank you, Tim. Did you want to say anything about your relationship to Putney?
I've moved here in 2014. I have two daughters in both TGS and one at PCS. We've really enjoyed living here. I'm not sure what else I have to say about it.
Great. Thank you very much, Tim. And our third candidate is Charles Robicheck. Charlie, would you like to explain why you're running for the select board seat?
Sure, Meg. First of all, I'd like to thank the select board for inviting us all here today to speak to the voters. I'm Charlie Robicheck. I live on West Hill Road near the Putney School with my lovely wife, Ann McDonald. I'm a semi-retired lawyer. I practiced for over 40 years in New York City, specializing in administrative law and trial work. I received my college and law school degrees from Georgetown University in Washington. I am 75 years young and look forward to contributing to the town as best I can. My prior board experience includes currently being on the Putney Development Review Board, on the Groundworks Collaborative Board in Brattleboro, and past board experience on Yellow Barn here in Putney. I'm interested in running for the select board because I think I can bring a fresh perspective to the board based on my legal experience and prior board experience with other organizations. I think I can bring some balance and sound judgment based on my career, as well as a fresh perspective to the issues currently facing the town. My specific goals are to contribute to the revival of small businesses in the center of town, which were really devastated by the Great Recession and by Irene. And also, I hope to contribute to maintaining and perhaps improving a level of taxation in the town consistent with what we need to function as a town as a whole. As far as equity and inclusion is concerned, I obviously, as with many folks, truly support this. I was on the board of trustees of Riverside Church in New York City, which is a multicultural, multiracial, famous church, which was headed when I was there by the Reverend William Sloane Coffin, the famous anti-war activist a number of years ago. I certainly welcome the opportunity to address you today and would certainly welcome your vote. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Charlie. Excellent. We've now heard from our Article 1 people who are running for election. So we will now turn to Article 2. To elect 3 trustees to the Putney Public Library Board by Australian ballot. And the people we have on that slate is Janice Baldwin, Maggie Smith, and Jessica Taylor. Would any of you like to speak? Janice.
Thank you. Okay. I'm not able to start my video for some reason, so I'll just speak. Janice Baldwin, 19 Priest Drive, Putney. I'm speaking to you today as chair of the Putney Public Library Board of Trustees. On behalf of the Putney Public Library Board of Trustees, I want to nominate the following individuals to the 2022 board as placed on the ballot. For 3-year terms, Janice Baldwin, Maggie Smith, and Jessica Taylor. For a 1-year term, Melinda Underwood. The board would also like to thank the taxpayers of Putney for their ongoing financial support of their library. This support is essential to the daily operations of your library and enables the staff to serve the community in so many ways, both seen and unseen. We also want to publicly thank Emily Zervis, Library Director, Julia Von Ranson, our new Youth Services Librarian, Karen Fisher, Library Assistant, and all our substitutes. Through their hard work, resilience, and innovation, the library found new and creative ways to continue to connect with the community through its program and services, even during these last challenging years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Janice. And so is there anybody else who's on the ballot who wishes to speak? Does anybody have any questions for Article 2 ballot or for the library trustees or any questions for the earlier candidates? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody, so I am now going to move on to Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Putney, pursuant to 17 VSA 2650B, approve the election of 2 additional select board members in addition to the present 3 members, thereby increasing the total membership of the select board to 5 members, with each additional member to serve 2 years. So this is a question before the voters. There will be other discussions pursuant to Article 3, Article 4, and Article 5. Also address the issue of expanding the select board. So my question is Laura Chapman here yet?
I am.
Excellent. Thank you. I know I was hoping that I could have kept things going until after 10:30. So thank you, Laura.
Yeah, it worked out just about perfectly. So thank
great.
you.
So Laura, would you like to speak to Article 3?
Sure. And I'm starting my video. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So I wrote up a little thing. Town governance is not the same as nonprofit governance, but there are many similarities when it comes to what makes them both operate smoothly. The majority of nonprofit board bylaws call for 5 or more members, even when the organization they govern has executive directors, staff, and plenty of operational support, even when they have far less impact or power than comparable to our town. The healthiest, most vibrant organizations have diverse boards with varying skill sets and perspectives. They know that difficult circumstances will arise and that in order to best engage and serve their consumers, they must have an equitable distribution of workload that can shift and support one another as circumstances call for. The clearest path towards all those goals is to assure that there are enough people involved. As it currently stands, all of the select board workload falls on 3 individuals in Putney, and it only takes 2 people to make major decisions for our entire community. Yes, these decisions often, but not always, come with input of committees and town management, but ultimately they fall on the select board. Should one of the 3 select board members have a conflict of interest, which happens in a small town, or have any need to take leave, you now only have 2 decision makers with no tiebreaker. This creates vulnerability on a governance level. The COVID-19 state of emergency demonstrated this fragility. Furthermore, as we see town meetings being devastated by COVID-19 circumstances, we see less vigorous debate between engaged citizens before voting. With less citizen engagement, having more than 2 to 3 major decision makers becomes critical to ensuring adequate process. Beyond those points, some other advantages of an increased board include lightening the workload. Many hands, or in this case minds, make light work and increase the ability of members to more easily take on passion projects, which create a more dynamic community. Having a more diverse board with only 3 members, that is difficult, almost impossible charge. 5 would at least improve the odds. Options for shorter terms. Most select boards offer a variety of term length, but in Putney, the only choice is a 3-year term. Even our senators and representatives do not have 3-year terms. Individuals in our community have said that if the terms were shorter, they would be willing to serve. More room for dissent and different perspectives. As the late great Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg regularly reminded us, dissent is critical to a healthy, vibrant democracy. It has been posited that getting people to step forward for this role is difficult, and this is why some don't want to make this change. It has been said that volunteership in Putney is down. Yes, volunteership can be difficult. We could also reframe that concern. If people aren't showing up, we need to examine why and address that, not shy away from building healthier governance. Ensuring robust community engagement is about creating healthy, inviting spaces. When there is a clear, well-defined, articulated, supportive process and people feel welcomed, appreciated, heard, accepted, and excited, they do step up in this community. We saw that with the Equity and Inclusion Committee when we quickly filled 7 seats with what is likely the most diverse committee this town has ever seen. We have also seen an increased interest in select board service with the last election contested, several people stepping forward to fill my seat, and this current election where there are 3 candidates from somewhat different backgrounds that have each said they would run again for the new seats if created. Let's encourage the enthusiasm we're seeing, ensure the possibility of greater diversity and shared workload by affording that opportunity to our town. Please consider voting yes to the increase of the select board. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Laura. I'm now looking for questions about this article. Oh, Howard Fairman, yes. You just need to unmute yourself. Great.
I have done so. Okay, very briefly, Article 3 is the original that Article 3 is the original that our town clerk emailed to me during the day when it was on our Town of Putney Select Board's agenda. At the meeting, a new paragraph stated that our select board would have until 2023 Putney Town meeting to fill the new select board seats. I pointed out that Article 3 creates 2 select board vacancies, quoting Vermont law. When a vacancy occurs in any town office, the select board forthwith by appointment in writing shall fill such vacancy until an election is had. That's 24 VSA section 963A. Forthwith means immediately, without delay. I'll say more when we consider Articles 4 and 5.
And so Howard, I just want to make sure we understand the question. Are you questioning the current language? Because as you know, we can't change the current language. Do you have a specific question about the language that is there?
I believe I have stated it, and that is that the article as printed on the ballot, when it was originally considered by the select board, it had a second paragraph. And I have explained what happened, what became of the second paragraph, and what was said, which was by me, that made the second paragraph be deleted. I shall have more to say when we get to Articles 4 and 5, but I don't really know how to restate what I've just said.
Great. Thank you, Howard, for that clarification. Do I have any other questions specifically about Article 3? Is there anyone who wishes to speak against Article 3? We'd like to get some disagreement here. Lisa Papazian.
Hi, everyone. This is Lisa, not Glenn, although he's in the room. I'm not disagreeing, and I don't think the goal is to get disagreement necessarily if it's a good idea. And I think this is a really good idea from my time on the select board. I definitely support this article, and I think Laura, really nailed it. And I agree with everything she said. And I do also have hope and expectation that people will step forward for this. And I hope it can be a more diverse board. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Eva, what would you like to add to this conversation? And you may need to unmute yourself. Eva Mondin.
I really support what Lisa Papazian just said, because she did serve on the select board. And what Laura said, she served for a period of time. And the reason I support it is I have great hope that if this passes, that Dave would run again. I know he's retiring now, but I sure would like to see him on the 5-member board. So that's what I've got to say.
I don't think the members on the board would want to see it. So.
Okay, great. So far I have only heard people who wish to speak in favor of this article. Louise Garfield, what do you wish to say? And you may need to unmute yourself, or we may be waiting for a BCTV person to unmute you.
Here we go.
Great.
Thank you. My sister's on a select board in Massachusetts that's 3 people, and I asked her the benefits of a 5-person, and she listed 2. And I'm asking the current select board or anyone else who knows if these 2 benefits would pertain in the state of Vermont. One is that 2 members of the select board could meet outside of the meeting to discuss and or work on something together without the open meeting law prohibiting it. Apparently with 3 board members can't do that. So their only discussions can be when they're in their meeting. And the other one is that the workload gets redistributed and makes everybody's life a little easier, which is probably the case. So it's really just that first question about open meeting that I'm interested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise, for asking that question. So that's going to the select board. Does anybody on the select board have any thoughts on how this would affect the open meeting law? Because numbers will matter.
Louise is correct well, that's the same in Vermont as I guess it is in Massachusetts, that when there is a 5-person board, 2 board members are able to meet outside of the select board or outside of public open meeting. In my opinion, that's both a pro and a con. I think that there are upsides of that, in the right circumstances, people might be able to have discussions amongst themselves they might otherwise not have. In the wrong circumstances, people might have discussions they might not otherwise have. So I think that could go either way, as either a positive or a negative.
Great. Do I have any other questions or comments on Article 3? Janice Baldwin. Oh, I'm sorry. Was Eileen, were you about to say something?
Yeah, I don't, is this okay?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I don't, in theory, have any, I don't have any issues with theoretically expanding any board to more members. I am of the opinion that this board here should not be the sole deciders in the town. And so that is why I have been pushing the entire time I've been here for people to step up in the other committees, because those are the places where the work actually happens. This board doesn't do that work. We want you to do that work and then bring it to us and say yes or no. But I don't necessarily see this board as being the kings, as you will. It's you out there who are the deciders.
Great. Thank you, Eileen. Janice, I saw Janice Baldwin. I saw your hand up briefly on this. Did you wish to speak?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay.
Thank you. I think Eileen really kind of answered. Didn't really have a question. I'll just make my comment, but I think she really spoke to it. And that was, well, certainly from what I've seen on the library board, when you have a larger board, more people are able to meet outside of general library discussion, but it's also an opportunity to have small ad hoc committees that can work on an issue and then bring their fruits of their research to the larger board. I think she was trying to make the point that that's not the responsibility of, if I understand her, of the select board necessarily, but of all these other committees. But it is a benefit, if 2 people can work together on something, and then rather than, everybody having to do it, and then just bringing the results of their research to the general board. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Janice. Any other new hands? Otherwise, I'm going to turn it back to Lisa Papazian. Howard hasn't spoken on this one.
Okay.
Oh, yes, he has. Sorry, Lisa, you may take the floor.
Okay, thank you. Well, actually, Janice just spoke to one of my 2 questions, which was, do you envision this as the ability of 2 select board members to be able to work on, as Laura put it, a passion project, or, form a subcommittee, which I think is a really good thing, because we don't want all the decisions made by the select board, but they are very experienced and deep in the weeds on all the issues facing financially, especially the town. So I think it's a really good thing for that to be able to happen. But my other question was to Eileen. Eileen, with the idea that there would be more work done by committees and volunteers, do you imagine more ad hoc committees being formed for specific issues?
Eileen, can you address that question? Do you
Um,
imagine more ad hoc committees?
I think we would like to have more ad hoc committees. We've talked about a lot of different subjects that have come up in the past year. We've wanted to create an ARPA committee. We've wanted to do something about economic development. There've been other issues that have come up. The issue again is finding people to with the interest and the willingness to serve on boards like that. I mean, I'd love people to come to us and say, hey, I'd like to work on a committee. Be great.
Great, thank you. Howard, would you like to speak again on Article 3?
Yes, thank you. There has been an incorrect reference to the Vermont open meeting law. It was done in the context of someone mentioning what is done in Massachusetts. But of course, here we are under the Vermont open meeting law. And because there are many of us here, I think I should read briefly from the open meeting law, if I may, to make sure everyone understands exactly what we're talking about.
Sure, if you can do it in under 3 minutes, would that be fine?
Oh, sure, easily.
Great.
Okay, I'm reading from 1 VSA section 310B. Actually, sorry, 1 VSA section 310.3. I'm going to read from A and B. A, meeting means a gathering of a quorum of the members of a public body for the purpose of discussing the business of the public body or for the purpose of taking action. Meeting shall not mean any communication, including in person or through email, telephone, or teleconferencing between members of a public body for the purpose of scheduling a meeting, organizing an agenda, or distributing materials to discuss at a meeting, provided that, I emphasize, no other business of the public body is discussed or conducted, and such communication that results in written or recorded information shall be available for inspection and copying under the Public Records Act. So actually, as stated, it is incorrect. 2 select board members cannot do anything other than what I have cited from the Vermont open meeting law, which I have in front of me.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you, Howard, for that clarification about what engagement can happen between select board meetings and what can't. So we have thank you for that clarification. Do we have any other questions or comments on Article 3?
So I have a question. That means if we do increase to a 5-person board, 2 members could only discuss what Howard just described. That's it. They couldn't talk about anything but setting up a meeting. He said it better than I possibly could.
So David, what would constitute a quorum when it's 5 members?
3.
Right.
So, but there were 2 different things that Howard read.
Right.
One was about a quorum, the other was about communication between members of a meeting. So I don't know whether you can clarify any.
Yeah, clarification is what I need. I didn't quite understand that. Thank you.
Is there some? Go ahead,
Ms.
Howard.
Facilitator, do you wish me to speak to that?
Let me just see if Tim Morris, his hand just came up to see if he wishes to address this, and then Tim, and then I'll go back to Howard if.
I don't want to suggest, I think Howard probably seems like he has more of a grasp, and I think with public bodies, there's always these questions that arise. When I was on the school board, we had some issues that came up around this. One, I wanted to clarify that when it talked about those emails that can go around with scheduling, that can actually go to the entire board, not merely 2 people. Second, one thing that Howard mentioned that I think is probably a little bit of wiggle room, is what is business of a public body. So if, let's say, there's a sort of issue going on in Putney that everyone's aware of, but hasn't been scheduled on an agenda yet, hasn't sort of risen. There's a question is if it's not on the agenda, is that the business of a public body? It might not be. So I just wanted to raise that as sort of a question. It's a wiggle room in there. That's about.
I always appreciate a group of people coming together, reading the law, and then seeing how different interpretations are still possible. Howard, did you want to weigh in on this question?
Yes, I can assist non-practicing attorney Morris in this regard. I quote now from 1 VSA section 310(1). Business of the public body means the public body's governmental functions, including any matter over which the public body has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. Now, I realize that people can agree to disagree on this matter, but my understanding of it is there is no wiggle room.
Okay, thank you very much, Howard. Is there any more discussion on Article 3? If not, I think we can move, Louise.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I've been listening to this and also imagining with David Babbitt stepping down and there being two people on the board that have had some experience, varying lengths, how as the board might expand to 5 people, how would the kind of mentoring or bringing people in, how, I guess that would mean Eileen and or Josh speaking to that, how they can imagine getting a new board if it should pass up to snuff and speed.
Great question, Louise. How will you guys get the new board, should it be expanded, up and running? Eileen or Josh?
There are resources available to town employees and town committee members, one of which is VLCT, that's Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns. They have excellent resources. When I got on board last year, the first thing that happened was I got handed a big, thick book called the Select Board Handbook. So has a lot of great information in it. Lots of things you didn't know about Vermont. Yes, I did read it cover to cover. I'm weird that way. So so I mean, there's that, you know,
webinars. And that
there's webinars. There's lots of great training. And just listening and learning. I personally did a lot of research in that I went back on recordings for prior select board meetings to see how the whole thing works.
Great.
Just one of the, very specifically, the VLCT provides that select board handbook that Eileen was referring to, but also they do excellent trainings called the Select Board Institute, and you can participate those. Those are very helpful in giving you the basics. I think as far as sort of an onboarding process, that will, different people's previous experience, either on boards or elsewhere, will bring different perspectives to a larger board, and some will need more sort of bringing up to speed and others less, depending on what they've been involved in. But I think that whenever there's a new select board member, it is incumbent upon the sitting select board members to clarify in meetings and in discussions what certain topics are about, et cetera. So it's an ongoing process. There's a lot to learn when you come onto a select board, and I think that having 3 new people on the board, and I'm not speaking against that in this respect, I think there will be a lot for 3 people to learn, and that will take some time before it functions optimally. But it's just a process. I mean, it's hard to know what you need to know until you're actually in the room. And so I think we try and be as thorough and complete. I know that I often comment on historical aspects of things and other details that I'm aware of just because of length of tenure that others might not be aware of. And so it is sort of a mentorship process in a way.
And I'd like to make a comment that having never been on a board before, without considerable and often mentoring from Josh and Karen, that I wouldn't have got to the point where I am, and I know very, very little. I could be on this board for many more terms and still be learning. So I think it will be putting, I don't know if the word is burden, but I can't think of a better word. I think it will be putting a burden on the sitting board to bring people up to speed. And I wish I had had more time to do trainings and to learn more quickly to be more service here. So if it does turn into a 5-person board, the people who get on that board need to take it seriously, that they need to educate themselves and hopefully lessen that burden. So.
Great, thank you, David. I see Mike Merwicki's hand is up. Mike Merwicki, would you like to speak on Article 3?
Thank you. I do want to speak in favor of this and share a little bit of my experience with the open meeting law, working on the Government Operations Committee in the House of Representatives. We have a lot of discussion about this with the Secretary of State's office, who oversees this. And I would assert that while the law specifically says something, there is some wiggle room. If 2 select board members have a cup of coffee at the co-op or the general store, there is not a police force from the Secretary of State's office that's going to come down and intervene here. And especially when there's the adding of new members, it's important for them to get brought up to speed. And the other part of that is we have a number of experienced people, both in Putney and our adjoining towns, who I'm sure would be helpful to bring that to bear, along with what was said about the Vermont League of Cities and Towns and their ongoing training for select board members and local government. So that is a concern, but I also feel like anybody who's willing to take it on will be able to be brought up to speed. And it's an ongoing process like anything. So I do support this and look forward to voting for it.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you, Mike Merwicki. I see no other hands up. And so I will move our discussion over to Article 4, Town Clerk. Yes. Karen, you'll need to unmute yourself.
It's John.
John.
Oh, I'm sorry, John.
On Article 4, I just wanted to clarify the dates that are specified there. If Article 3 passes, we have to elect the new members within 60 days. 60 days from March 1st is April 30th. I anticipate having the election on April 26th, which is the Tuesday before that. Counting back 6 Mondays, that puts the March 21 date for candidates to file their consent of candidate form with my office. So if you're thinking about running for one of these new positions, you need to reach out and touch base with me prior to March 21st.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan, for that important calendar date that has to do with Article 4. So I'm interested in, we'll turn first to the Select Board. Is there somebody who wishes to speak on Article 4? Let me just read it first. Shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize the Select Board to set the date of a special election by Australian ballot within 60 days from the date of this vote for adding 2 new Select Board members pursuant to statute 17 VSA 650B2A? 1 new member will serve 2 years and 1 member will serve 1 year. The 1-year term converts to a 2-year term at the 2023 town meeting. Anyone interested in being elected must submit a candidate consent form with the town clerk not later than 5 p.m. on March 21st, 2022. And as noted on the ballot, this article will have no effect unless the voters approve Article 3. Select Board, would somebody like to speak on Article 4?
Yeah, so as everyone is aware, Article 3 was the petitioned article. So that came out from the voters, but it did not come with any kind of mechanism on how we would get those 2 members. So the select board added the next 2 articles to sort of complete the process. And we actually follow the lead of Brookfield, I believe, for this particular piece. We felt that this was the cleanest way to do it.
This was also by advice of senior counsel at the Vermont League of Cities and Towns and approved by our town council.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there anybody who wishes to ask a question, to comment on this one? Lisa?
Thank you. I'm sorry to keep.
No, it's
But
good.
my question is, I'm confused, actually. I thought we talked about under Article 3 that there would be 3 3-year positions, a 2-year position, and a 1-year position, but this suggests that there will be 2 2-year positions and no 1-year position? That I'm just, could you explain that, please?
Yes, Jonathan.
The mechanism for electing 2-year positions is provided in a statute. And the statute says the first time that they're elected, there's one for a 2-year term, one for a 1-year term. The 1-year term converts to a 2-year term at the next town meeting. And so what we'll end up with in the years going forward, each year, we will elect a 3-year select board member and a 2-year select board member. So starting in 2024 and onward, if Article 3 passes. And that language just comes from the statute that allows the voters of the town to expand their select board.
I think implicit in that, John, if I'm correct, is that there will be no 1-year term in the long run. Is that right?
Correct. Only for that first year. So whoever's elected for the 1-year position on April 26th, assuming Article 3 passes, will serve 1 year, but then will be eligible to run for re-election to a 2-year term. Or if that candidate is challenged by somebody else, it will be for a 2-year term. And so then starting in 2024 and going forward, each year the town will elect a 3-year member and a 2-year member.
And Lisa, just to be perfectly clear about that, that's statutory that it's 3 3-year terms and 2 2-year terms is the makeup of a select board.
Any other questions, comments? Howard? Howard Fairman needs to be unmuted.
Sorry, I'll repeat what I said now that I've rehearsed it. I said when we talked about Article 3 that I would say a bit more regarding Article 4. Article 4 replaces Article 3's deleted 2023 Putney Town Meeting paragraph, temporarily bypassing Vermont law if it is adopted, authorizing our Town of Putney Select Board to appoint two new select persons if it is rejected. Now, whether or not Article 4 is adopted, Vermont select boards and voters via petition always have legal authority to warn a special town meeting. And by the way, there is no statutory municipal special election in Vermont. So it really doesn't matter whether this article passes or not. Or Article 3, if it is adopted, will mean that we will get 2 new select board members. And if for some reason our select board decided not to call a special meeting, voters can simply petition it. just to add those clarifications.
Thank you, Howard, for those clarifications. Does anybody else wish to weigh in on Article 4? I don't see any other hands up because this is not a town meeting. And so I'm not following Robert's rules, which means that we are not voting. And so if somebody has a question or comment about something later, there's no rules against. So yes, Lisa.
Hi again. Hi. So I guess I want to ask the select board, because Eileen referenced, as we know, this was not, this came from the voters, the Article 3. I didn't know that. And I would like to hear from the select board, each of you, what you think of this expansion of the select board, frankly. I would like to hear your opinions.
Great, thank you, Lisa. Select board. Would anybody wish to comment on the Article 3, the proposal to expand?
So I think
Point of order.
Howard Fairman is calling a point of order. I'm going to recognize that even though we're not an official town meeting. What is your point of order, Howard?
Vermont statute states that there may be no statement from the select board on a town meeting warning article in support or in opposition to it. So I'm simply pointing out that we are right on that line right now.
Okay, duly noted.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is that, Howard, is that in a town meeting or in an informational meeting? Does that also apply?
Well, it simply says that no warning article may include anything from the select board or anyone else in favor or against the article. Now, yes, we are in an informational meeting, but we have invited our select board to speak as to whether they are for or against the article. So I would say it's a gray area as to whether it's illegal, but we certainly are right on the line between legal and illegal here.
Okay, duly noted. And we are in this very strange space, not a town meeting, making up laws to some degree as we go along. This is an information meeting. And the effort, from my perspective, is I want to make sure that when people vote, they're making an informed decision. So I'm definitely not requesting the select board to speak on this.
Josh, what's your lead on this?
I don't know. I mean, I think actually it would probably be up to Meg to decide whether we should comment on that. I think for me, one thing I will say that I think that does not breach that gray line that Howard's talking about is just that reality that we've discussed of having folks to occupy these positions. And I think that I have spoken a number of times in public meetings, so I'm not saying anything new, in which I say that I would love there to be more people in the room at select board meetings. Does that need to be select board members? I won't comment on that, but I think we need more people attending meetings and we need more volunteers stepping up for the roles that Eileen was talking about. And we say that regularly in these meetings, and we don't have the doors being beaten down by people who want to do it. I'm very grateful for the 3 people who have stepped up for the possible select board positions that are coming up. But we need to increase our volunteerism. If that happens as a result of a 5-person board, that would be very welcome.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I echo what Josh said, and again, we've talked about this in many, many meetings. This is not new. That I am very much in favor of more participation from the town. And if that includes more people at the select board table, that's great. I would like to see people more than just 3 people running for select board. because that's what democracy is. And as Meg stated in the beginning of this, this is a participation forum. This is democracy, and there is room for dissent. And that doesn't have to happen at this table. That can happen at select board meetings. And like Josh said, I would love to see more participation from the public, regardless of whether you're on the board, you're on a committee. I'd just like to see more people.
So they both pretty much said what I was feeling. The only other thought that I would add is that this is a service position. And the thing that I learned very quickly was I needed to listen really well and try to keep my opinions to myself as much as possible, because I'm doing a job for everybody. And so the numbers matter less to me than the intent of the.
Okay, great. Thank you, Select Board. I have Eric, are you there? Are you wanting to weigh into this? Because Eric, your screen is unmuted. Or Tall, whoever is there. So Tall, if you wish to speak, okay, we got. And I have a hand up. Cell DeV, Cell DeV, would you mind telling us who you are and where you live in Putney?
Sure, it's Vanessa Vadim, and I'm on Hog Farm Road in Putney.
Thank you, Vanessa. Yes, what would you like to say?
Oh, just to Lisa's point, I mean, you know, she was looking for answers from the select board members, but if it's of use, something that I hadn't considered, you know, kind of going into it, you think more people, better, more democracy, share the incredible amount of work that goes into being a select board member, but that it also alters the quorum, that with 3 people, you know, there isn't as much opportunity for kind of politicizing. Then once you have 5 people, you can have members speaking with each other outside of a meeting, and alliances can be formed as the numbers grow, which the way I understand the quorum with 3 people doesn't happen. So it's just something to think about.
Thank you, Vanessa. Great. Are there any other comments or thoughts? And I very much appreciate how we've opened this conversation to thinking about the ramifications in a deeper way about a 3 versus a 5. Louise, you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. I wondered if any of the select board members or others that watch town politics in Vermont have come up with this problem. What if 3 years down the road, 2 people want to retire and there's nobody running? What does the town do then? Thank you.
Great question. What do we do if we don't get enough for a 5-person select board? Josh, or are you trying to speak? Yes.
Yeah, two things. One, the select board, as Mr. Fairman pointed out earlier, the select board is then responsible for appointment to those positions, which is challenging. We went through that a year and a half ago, and it's a challenging process. It's not forthwith, and we had this discussion with Mr. Fairman at that time, because it's time consuming and it's hard figuring out who's interested, who's willing, and who's able to serve in that position when you have to appoint to that position. But that would be the first thing. My assumption also would be, and Jonathan might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but my assumption would be we could probably revote to go back to a 3-person select board if that was necessary. And I don't, you know, my hope would be if we have a 5-person select board, that it'll be high functioning and there will be people to sit on it. I think that's a that's a risk we are taking. We have had to, with a couple of our current other boards and committees, because of the difficulty of having a quorum, we've actually had to reduce the numbers on those boards because we don't have enough people stepping up. So I think it is a risk. Is it a risk that that would override the value of doing it? I can't say.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have two hands up. I want to make sure. Vanessa, did you mean to have your hand up again?
No, sorry.
No, okay, no, not to worry. And Lisa, what do you want to say?
Hi, this actually happened to me when I was on the select board. This my second year, the other two select board members, one was regularly going off the board and the other one quit. So it was the prospect of being the only standing member of the select board was very serious. And I had to bake a huge carrot cake at the library to encourage people to come and actually think about this. And we were lucky enough to get, thank you, Josh, people to step up at that point. But I think it would be, I mean, when I think about in a 5-person board, that would be much less of a serious issue with 2 people going off at one time. And so that's just my thought. I also feel like, kind of like with businesses, retail, if there's more, everyone wins. And I think that if there's more, I hope there's more interest in the town, and it sort of, I don't know, encourages others.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for that story about the carrot cake. Jamie, what would you like to say?
Hi, sorry, I have a lot of background noise with the kids. My name is Jamie Contois from Putney. And I had the privilege of serving for a couple of years in a very vibrant equity and inclusion committee. And so it just really strikes me that there is high volunteerism that I've experienced, that we've had some really exciting service and conversations that we need to continue creating space for people with different perspectives, and continue to make sure that when there is dissent, that we deal with that dissent in a really professional and ethical manner. I was the recipient of somebody who was removed from a committee, and I would argue without process, and I had volunteered again to participate in the committee. And so I think just as a community, we need to continue looking at mechanisms by which we could have high volunteerism, or we have, when people have come and said, hey, I'm here, I'm ready to volunteer, there's silence. So I just want to make sure that there's an alternative perspective to the lack of volunteerism, because I think that can be cultural, and that we can transition that with behaving differently with each other. And that I, for one, am somebody who would love to serve with the community, really enjoyed my service, and look forward to it again someday.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. And Elizabeth Warner.
Good morning. I just wanted to mention pieces about the committees, and with so much overlap and conflicts of interest, it's really imperative for us as a town to have more engagement, more awareness. It's even difficult to find a lot of the Zoom meetings for a lot of the older people. And I think something that needs to get onto the select board in the town is, how are we going to promote these meetings so we can have more engagement? I come across this constantly. People have no idea how to get on. Even when we talk about it in the select board meetings, is there a better way for you guys going forward to be promoting these meetings and making them more accessible? People are afraid of joining committees. People feel intimidated by it. And there are many of the same faces and same names attached to so many committees that it seems redundant, and also lacking in really the political process. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I don't see new hands up. I'm going to suggest we move to Article 5, which is another,
Can we take a minute, bio break?
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
Bio break?
by 5 minute break?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. That's 11:21. We'll be back.
Meg. Oh, boy.
is the select board back? Oh, wait, what did I do with my glasses? Sorry, moment.
Eva, I'm glad to hear that for you, select board, meetings like this have appeal.
Oh, Lord. Howard, I see you walking all the time. It's so wonderful. I can't go for walks because of my foot, unable to do it. So when you're walking, take a couple of steps for me.
All right, so it looks like the select board is back and we can get started. I do want to reaffirm for everyone, if you wish to speak during the discussion, please use the raise hand function. And it's different than the applause function, although the applause function is always appreciated. And that's what will actually put you on a queue. And so I will call on you. If it should happen that you aren't being able to get through to me, you could try unmuting yourself. I'm not exactly sure what will happen if that does occur, but I want to make sure that people who want to speak have a chance to speak. Okay, so let us pick up with Article 5. Shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize an increase in the general fund budget of $3,000 for stipend of $1,500 each to each of the two newly elected select board members?
Maximum length. To replay your message, press 1. To delete and re-record.
Somebody needs to, yes, thank you. This Article 5 shall have no effect unless the voters approve Article 3 above. So I have Eva, who has been very patient. We're talking about the $3,000 stipend, but Eva, I know you wanted to make some remarks earlier, so please feel free.
Press 4. To send a fax, press 6. To cancel this message, press star. To send this message now.
Just a second.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to comment earlier and somehow I was pushing the button for applause instead of for raised hand. So forgive me, folks. I believe I'm correct in saying that Dummerston has a 5-member board. Westminster has a 5-member board. And I think I'm correct that Guilford has a 5-member board. Does anyone know if Guilford has a 5-member board?
They do.
They do. Okay, so we're surrounded by towns that have 5-member boards. Holy schmoly. Okay, here's the other thing. When people say, more people would volunteer and so on and so forth, I'm gonna just read. We have 2 vacancies on the Planning Commission by the book that just came out,
the town report.
Yeah, town report. On the Recreation Board, we have 1. We have 2 on the, okay, I said Planning Commission. All right, Rescue Board, very important, vacant, okay? Wyndham Regional Commission, very important, vacant. Okay, so some of these boards are very important and we get so excited about being on the Putney Mountain Association Board that we forget that the running of the town is a different aspect of this participation. So I really encourage people to turn to the front of their report and take a look at some of those and see what you're willing to do. Yeah, you could be a fence viewer. How about that? There's a vacancy on that. But seriously, all seriousness, it's wonderful to be on, I would even be willing to say on the Inclusion and Equity Board, because it has a certain kind of energy to it where sitting on the Planning Commission might not have, or the Public Safety Advisory Commission, it's inactive, okay, Recreation Board. So folks, it's so important. And that weight sits on the shoulders of the Select Board. Remember that. Okay, I've said enough.
Thank you very much, Eva. I have 2 other hands up. One is Shayna. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Shauna. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Shauna.
Shauna, I'm sorry, Shauna. I should know that.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Shauna Frank. I live on the Westminster West Road, and I serve on the Conservation Commission, though I'm not speaking in any means for the Conservation Commission, except to say we also have a vacancy. My comment is in response to the last woman who spoke before the break about seeing a lot of the same faces. And it's also in response to Louise's question about the ramifications of having 5 people on the board. And it's more a point of information. And I'm wondering if the town has ever considered having term limits. And also in regards to what Jamie said about being more welcoming and inclusive, I think there's a certain mindset that, oh, the same people will always serve, so why bother? And I think more people might step forward if there was more of a turnover. So I know it's not anything we can decide or debate today, but I would be interested to know if it's been considered. Thank you.
Okay, Shauna, and that sounds like a question for the select board, if I'm correct. Has term limits, has that been part of a discussion?
I don't believe so Vermont is a Dillon's Rules state, so much of what we do is governed by state statute. So if it doesn't specifically say that we can enact term limits for select board members, then we can't do it. So if that's something that you want, I think you would write to your rep and say, hey, maybe term limits for select board members is a good idea.
Okay, the next hand I have up is Sheila Garrett.
And hi, I'm trying to start my video, but it says you can't have to do it.
So I think that, Sheila, if you start speaking, sometimes they'll, there you go. Now
there
we
I am.
see you.
Okay, hi, I'm Sheila Garrett and I live on East Town Farm Road. And this is sort of in combination with other comments about diversity and getting more people involved. And I, as a person who has thought about getting involved and been intimidated by the amount of time that it might involve and not a whole lot of communication with people, I'm just wondering if we might give some thought to, that we might give some thought to outreach to the community. I know putting something non-controversial on, just an announcement on the I Love Putney Facebook page might be something we could do. But, things like posting, having some informational meetings about different positions and stuff, and posting announcements about that, like at the general store, at the co-op, and at the diner, just some more outreach might encourage more people to get involved. I think it would encourage me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sheila. Sounds like doing outreach for all these positions and information meetings might be useful to get more people involved. Howard, you haven't spoken yet on this issue.
Yes, and I'm simply going to offer a clarification. Whether or not Article 5 is adopted, new select persons' $1,500 stipends always can be paid from the surplus of our general fund that Putney Town Meeting voters have appropriated for our town of Putney's expenses, including select person stipends. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard, and for redirecting our attention to the content of Article 5, which has to do with stipends, should Article 3 pass. Lori Cartwright, you have your hand up. Would you like to speak?
Yes, please. Thank you. Good morning. I apologize that I'm referring back to the original article. I was unable to join the call earlier. I had a dog training class. So at any rate, and this point that I want to mention regarding that article may have already been mentioned. And if it was mentioned, please let me know and I'll let it go there. But it's my understanding with respect to a 3-member body that any 2 members wouldn't be able to speak outside of a public meeting, because that would in fact constitute a quorum. So that would violate open meeting laws, Vermont's open
Yeah.
meeting laws.
Right.
And
So
on
Lori,
a-
we
was that
did,
mentioned? Okay.
yeah, we did have
Okay.
a fairly significant discussion about the open meeting law. And there, we had some readings from Howard from the statute to give us a sense of what could or couldn't be discussed. But certainly that, I wouldn't say that it was resolved in any sort of way, but the question of quorum and open meeting law was discussed. So I'm a little bit, perhaps there's somebody who wishes to recapitulate for Lori, because that seems like important information.
Well, I would just say that I would support a 3-member body in that regard, because I wouldn't want a 5-member board to allow for 2 members to speak of town business in a private matter. I think that it should all be aired in a public matter. I think that's the intent of the law, and that the 3-member body is able to really navigate those waters well. That's my feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Howard. I think Howard may address this for you, Lori.
Well, Ms. Facilitator, there's 2 things I could do. One is I could direct the previous speaker to the Vermont statute, which is online, and she could see for herself, because I hesitate to paraphrase a statute because I may get it wrong.
Right.
So if I may, I would suggest to the previous speaker, Google Vermont statutes and then look for 1 VSA section 310, and then look for, take a look at paragraphs 1 through 3. And you will learn, yes, the paragraphs 1 through 3, and you will learn what you need to learn about this.
And this recording will be on air. I'm hoping at BCTV, maybe you could let us know so that people who come in late, will they be able to hear the recording prior to making their decision? So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Is there any other discussion on Article 5?
Meg, can I just make one comment on that?
Yes.
That it's important to recognize the law is very clear that it's discussion of town business, that, it's not that you can't, David and I are friends. I've been friends with other select board members in the past. David and I see each other regularly because we're neighbors and we're friends. We avoid talking about town business when we are in an out of open meeting session, or not session, but discussion. So I just think it's a point that needs to be made, that you can have conversations with whoever you want. You just can't do town business in those sessions. And that question of whether 2 people could do that in the context of a 5-person board, I would have to seek legal opinion about that to really be clear about it. So we can't do that before this is voted on. But I think when we have our first organizational meeting, which will after these votes, Eileen and I should try and address that as clearly as possible, because I think it's a very important point that town business should not be being done out of open meeting.
And I'd just like to say that is the concern about a 5-person board for me. That is the biggest concern.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions, comments, or concerns about Article 5? I don't see any hands up. So let us turn to Article 6. And let me read it. Shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize cannabis retailers in town pursuant to 7 VSA 863? Cannabis retailer means a person licensed by the state Cannabis Control Board to sell cannabis and cannabis products. Laura, you may need to mute your phone just for getting some background. Thank you. Board to sell cannabis and cannabis products to adults 21 years of age and older for off-site consumption. This is a citizen petitioned article. And so Tim Morris, would you like to speak on this?
Okay. I think this one may be fairly self-explanatory. I had an interest in seeing this question be put on the ballot, in part because the state left it up to communities to hold opt-in votes. And so I sort of thought, given that the state has sort of delegated that authority to the voters of individual towns, that would be something worth putting to the voters of Putney. I did want to note a couple things. Part of my initial sort of motivation was concern over the sort of current state of businesses in the town, and seeing some turnover and some closures and other changes. And my hope would be, and there is no guarantee in this at all, would be that if there were to be a dispensary opened in the town, that it would draw people in off the highway with money to spend, who might spend money in other businesses in Putney, and therefore help to support the existing businesses as they stand. I did want to note, just because I think this will come up, there is currently no financial benefit to the municipality itself from hosting a dispensary. Because Putney doesn't have a local option tax, we wouldn't be able to get a 1% of sales. And the state has sort of talked about finding some way of sharing some of the sales and excise tax income with towns. But my understanding is they've taken, I don't know that they've actually really taken meaningful action on that as of yet. And so that's an open question. Would there be a financial benefit to the municipality itself? I don't know that.
Great, thank you, Tim. Does anybody have any questions for Tim? Comments or concerns? Elizabeth Warner, I'm sorry.
Good morning again. I think it would be wonderful for the town to, and I'm not sure how this is done, to get that 1% tax added in. It seems that we've lost track of the economic development of the town. We have very few businesses even left for these people with money to come in and spend money. And it's my understanding that our taxes are already going up, and we need to be thinking about the economic development of the town and how we can best serve this community going forward. We're about to consider a project that is going to have reduced taxes and possibly reduce people's interest in coming to Putney. And we need to look at the big picture and look forward. How are we going to best serve the town of Putney? And how are we going to develop economic drive again? Because we are like blighted right now as far as businesses go. There's almost nothing left. I'd also like to suggest that we look at an impact tax on landlords of over 15 units so that we can cover the costs of the drains on our infrastructure.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Howard, do you wish to speak on Article 6? And you may need to unmute yourself, Howard.
Okay, sorry, we got a conflict there. Somebody else said I should unmute, and I'm trying to unmute, and when that message is on the screen, I can't, so I'm back.
Okay,
All right.
thank you, Howard.
So once again, having had a dress rehearsal, I'll start over. I'm commenting on something that a previous speaker said, quote, draw people in off the highway with money to spend, unquote. Saying that Putney should be known as where people come to buy marijuana is like saying that our town should be known as where people come to buy alcohol and cigarettes. Are they what we want Putney to be known for? In states that legalized marijuana sales a few years ago, untaxed illegal growers and sellers are thriving by selling illegal marijuana at lower prices than legal marijuana. In Putney, if we become a marijuana destination where they can hide in plain sight. Now, someone is going to ask, have you got any, can you substantiate what you just said yes, I can. Google Colorado illegal marijuana, and then try the same for California, Oklahoma, Oregon, and Washington. Four of those five were the first to legalize in this country, and Oklahoma, perhaps due to its history, is the Wild West in this regard.
Okay, thank you, Howard. And I see that, Tim, you have your hand up. If it's all right with you, Tim, I'm going to take all the other hands in front of yours and hoping that you can address these issues one at a time. So let me go next to Billy Strauss.
Hello, thanks, Meg. I think that both I know we're talking about 6, but I would apply this to 6 and 7 if I may, just to combine. I think this is a potentially very interesting opportunity for the town, both the retail and the broader items contemplated in Article 7. However, I do think that it is something that requires considerably more assessment internally before we put something like this into play. I think there are definitely impacts that could be felt that might not be obvious at first blush. I think that there are potential positive financial impacts to the town, but it sounds like we don't actually even know exactly what those would be from a tax basis at this point. And that, as an example, that seems like kind of a low-hanging fruit in terms of we need to know the answer to that, and folks need to be able to assess, how is this going to affect our town budget? We have 5 schools in the town. We have proximity to the interstate, which, depending on how you view this issue, is either a reason to do this or is potentially a reason not to do it. I think that interstate proximity cuts both ways. And I just would want to see this given quite a bit more thought before we jump into it and start licensing retail sales in Putney. Thanks.
Thank you, Billy Strauss. Charles, and which Charles is this? Is this?
Hi, it's actually Kate Dodge.
Oh, Kate Dodge. Thank you. Sorry, I saw
Sorry,
Charles.
I don't know how to make the computer do that. But,
yeah. So this is Kate Dodge.
So for those of you who don't know, we own Putney Mountain Winery, and I've always wanted to be Putney Mountain Winery and Pottery. We sell alcohol. We've been selling alcohol. We've been selling wine there and now liqueurs for 22 years. And I honestly don't see the difference between selling alcohol and selling marijuana. I'm not a marijuana user, but it just doesn't seem that difficult to be able to look at IDs, check IDs, and like alcohol, people give it to their friends. But I'm just going to say that I don't see that there's much difference, but I also don't know that much about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate Dodge. Louise Garfield.
Hello, thank you, Meg. I have 2 questions. One is what the licensing procedure by the state control board looks like. In other words, is it easy or difficult or whatever to get a license? And the other is, and this was just a conversation with someone recently, and I can't remember more details except that there may be a certain time frame or window of opportunity to opt into allowing this in a town. And I bet Tim knows the answer to that.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't do it now, perhaps we'll lose our chance and everyone else will do it and we're out of it. So thanks.
Great. Thank you, Louise. Tim, you're next in my queue. Do you want to take on all these questions and comments?
I just wanted to be clear. So there are no other questions yet because I've been sort of jotting down people's comments.
I think I see Catherine hasn't spoken yet. So maybe I'll hear from Catherine and then Howard has his hand up again. Is that all right with you?
That sounds great. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Catherine.
Thank you. Catherine Steffen, I'm on Sun Hill Road. I just think that, I agree with Billy that we probably need more assessment. And as part of that assessment, I think that we should take responsibility as a town to make sure that we are capable of monitoring the regulations that are in place for cannabis retailers. I also want to make sure that we have support for those who might become or are dependent on marijuana. I'm aware, that is a possibility, and as Billy said, with the schools in the area, and really of people of all ages, I just want to make sure that we do take that responsibility as well.
Thank you, Catherine. Howard, do you want to speak again? I don't see anybody else who hasn't spoken once.
You're on mute, Howard.
Oh, yes, sorry. Okay, first I just want to say that I completely agree with and support the previous speakers who advocated that we approach this with very, very judiciously. And second, since we've been discussing the local option meeting, the local option tax, I'm looking at the statute right here. So as a matter of information, I'll read it. It's very brief. If the legislative body of a municipality by majority vote recommends, the voters of a municipality may, at an annual or special meeting warned for that purpose, by a majority vote of those present and voting, assess any or all of the following: a 1% sales tax, a 1% meals and alcoholic beverage tax, a 1% rooms tax. So there you have the possibilities. An interesting question is, though, the statute has not been updated to include marijuana, which I suppose would fall under the sales tax, but could possibly be interpreted as more like alcoholic beverages. So yes, we can do it, and it's done simply through normal town meeting procedures. The select board puts an article on the warning, and that actually means voters can do it too by state law. And the possibilities are sales tax, meals and alcoholic beverages, rooms tax, any or all of the above. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that clarification about the 1% tax, Howard. Janice Baldwin also has her hand up.
Thanks again. Yeah, I really endorse what Billy and Catherine said, particularly Catherine in her expanded comments. I have an observation. I believe this is also on the ballot in Brattleboro. So I don't think we should expect that people will necessarily be looking at Putney, as the gateway to marijuana possession or obtaining it in southern Vermont. Brattleboro is much bigger and has a lot of attractions as well.
Great. Thank you, Janice. And Elizabeth Warner, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Again, I want to really focus on the economic development and overall well-being of the town. There are so many seniors in this town on fixed incomes who are barely holding on to their homes. And the decision makers in the town need to really focus on how we can benefit the town going forward with economic development. Putney was once a very vibrant town with lovely shops and more cafes, and we have lost track of that. We really need to focus on that overall well-being so the people who are homeowners and renters, et cetera, can be in a vibrant town and be able to afford to live here. Mm-hmm. So perhaps we should even be, really consider hard this 1% tax. Maybe we should even consider the option of a cannabis cafe. And something more about the history of Putney being really promoted. In the past, this was a town that grew a lot of pot in the 60s and 70s, and focus on Putney, Vermont, organic.
Great.
It really could be, but it has to be managed. We recently had a special select board meeting in which the sheriff and the captain of the state police said that we have dwindling law enforcement, and we do have a lot of safety and security concerns in the town. Perhaps part of this income from a cannabis cafe or the Putney store or something like that can go to funding better security in the town.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. I have three other hands up, Tim. Are you okay waiting, or do you want to wait in now?
Got the video back. I'm happy to wait. I've been jotting down notes. It's starting to get a little unwieldy, but hopefully I can manage it reasonably well.
Okay, it looks like there's three more hands up. So Vanessa, what do you have to say about Article 6?
Sorry, I got cut off for a minute. The dangers of shoveling out the coop while trying to stay connected. So forgive me if it was already asked. But this what is the licensing process? Do we as a town retain any control over who and how would actually be able to come here? Is there some way to specify locally grown? Or yeah, I mean, I guess because we are, a pretty well anchored agriculturally, and as Elizabeth said, have a long history of cannabis growing. I wonder if there is some possibility that's either built into this this motion or post that to give priority to Putney grown or a Putney based business.
Great, thank you for that question, Vanessa. Questions? Heather Small. I see your hand up.
Hi, good morning. I just kind of have some questions about A, quality of life, and B, the financial thing. I mean, we're talking about pot that was grown back in the 60s. Marijuana today is definitely not what it was 10, 20, 30 years ago. I never grew up knowing like you could quantify milligrams of marijuana, and now I guess you can. That being said, we do have a multitude of schools that are going to have access to this, one being with residents that are over 21. What is the financial impact of the 1% and or the revenue from town taxes, business tax, property tax? How does that offset what we may be spending in medical response?
Great. Thank you, Heather, for that question. So just for people who've just gone onto the call, we're taking a lot of questions, and then I'll turn it over to Tim Morris to respond. Lisa Papazian.
Hi. Whoops. Hi again. I really only just had one thing. I don't have a strong opinion about this, or even a lot of I'm looking forward to what Tim has to say to answer some of these questions. And it may be perfectly wise to wait until we know more before acting on this. But if there's a time constraint, as has been suggested, I would advocate acting sooner in favor, because we need more retail. I mean, anything that can help retail be sustainable in this town, I'm in favor of, and this may be it.
Thank you, Lisa. Mike Murwicki, I see your hand.
Thank you, Meg. I don't know if you want to let Tim go first, because what I have to say might be a little redundant if he has questions in regards to the legal parts of this.
That's a great idea, Mike. So we'll turn now to you, Tim, and then knowing that Mike Murwicki may be able to offer some vantage point from the legislature.
There we go. I, of course, was sort of hoping Mike might get me a little off the hook on some of these things. Okay. Trying to keep track of all my notes here. It's a little disorganized, but let's see. Starting with Howard, I, of course, had noticed the existence of Putney Mountain Winery, and also wanted to comment that as much as that towns may not want to become known as destination points for some of these things, that I was struck all of the number of times when I visited Hill Farmstead up in Greensboro Bend, way up north, which has a pretty prominent beer brewery that draws people from all over the region. If you show up there at opening time, you will find the parking lot completely full and a line well out the door. So I don't know that it's necessarily a negative thing to have a draw. I also wanted to comment on some of Howard's comments. He was commenting about the experience in other states with illegal growing. I do think that one thing that's a little different that is always hard to sort of, there's no set answer on this one, but one thing that's distinctive about Vermont versus Colorado, California, Washington is Massachusetts has a active, thriving cannabis market that frankly, in part serves people from out of state. New York has gone legal. They don't have legal sales yet, but that's likely to come soon. I believe Connecticut is likely to legalize if they haven't already, and they're likely to have legal sales soon. So I don't know whether we're directly comparable to other states who were early to the market. Again, I've sort of jotted down notes on all these different places. So some of this is going to be coming out of order. This was on Elizabeth Warner. I had this jotted down, but I'm not sure it's quite correct. My understanding is that the 1% option tax, and this had come up with the select board, it would have to be for all non-alcohol sales. Like my understanding is cannabis would not fall under the same rules as alcohol. And if Putney were to have a 1% option tax, it would have to apply to all retail sales of any product. I did want to note that under Vermont law, there's no social use allowed currently. So as of now, we could not have a cannabis cafe where people could consume on site. There's been some discussion about whether that might be something that happens in the future, but that would be up to the state. There were some questions about the licensing process. All of that, by my understanding, and I just want to say up front that I don't actually intend on opening a dispensary. So my research has been some sort of one of interest, but not like a directly invested interest for my own personal benefit. That said, my understanding is currently the licensing process essentially happens entirely with the Cannabis Control Board. The ability of local authorities, such as the Select Board, are pretty limited by design. I noticed that the Cannabis Control Board had actually put out a guide for select boards, and the state essentially set it up so that the select board would only have two powers in relation to cannabis dispensaries. That would be defining and determining whether nuisances exist and zoning. So there could be sort of zoning controls around signage and placement. All right. My understanding is there's no provision for controlling where the supply of cannabis that would be sold at a dispensary comes from. So we couldn't say it had to be grown in Putney. Sorry. Part of the problem is I also switched to two different pages. On Billy Strauss, a couple of things he raised. I did want to note that Brattleboro passed their, they opted in the last election. So as of last year, they had already opted in. And so retail sales at standalone non-medical dispensaries would begin in October 1st of this coming year, presuming everything is passed by the legislature and finalized. And actually, the existing medical dispensaries, of which there is one in Brattleboro, can begin retail sales to adult use customers as of May 1st. So there will be retail sales of cannabis in Vermont fairly nearby, regardless of how Putney decides to vote. I also wanted to note that Rockingham has a ballot question on this year, asking their voters whether to opt in, as does Marlborough. Jamaica has already done so. And then sort of further afield, I know Wilmington has it on their ballot. There's over 40 communities in Vermont that will have a question this year. Sorry, some of my notes are a little hard to understand. This is for Louise Garfield. I don't think anyone knows how hard it's going to be to get a license. My understanding, there's sort of been discussion, Mike can probably talk about this, with competing proposals from the Cannabis Control Board on licensing fees. My understanding is, as of now, the base licensing fee for a dispensary would be $25,000. I don't believe that there is a period in which communities can opt in. Obviously, if we don't opt in and other communities do and they get dispensaries, that might change the sort of field for dispensaries, or it might not. Hard to say. I don't believe, just to be clear on that, so I don't believe there's actually like a set opt-in period. That may change. It might be that once there's a certain number of dispensaries that the legislature might cap it. I really couldn't say on that one. I'm sorry. I think that might be all the notes I had.
May I ask a related question specific to the last thing that you said, Tim, please, Miss Moderator?
Sure. Lori, you can go ahead.
Hi, this is Lori Cartwright. I've been thinking long and hard about this. And Tim, I think you said that you're not sure if there's an opt-in period. Is there a limit to the number of communities and or establishment that's currently set up in the legislation? And that may be more towards Mike.
Yeah. So what I'm going to suggest, so we have another question. Tim, do you want to take that? And then I'm going to turn to Mike Merwicki and hear from Charles and Billy Strauss. Lori, if you could use the raise hand function, then I can put you in the proper order in the queue.
Brief answer. I'm sure Mike can answer this better than me because a lot of this is unclear from an outside perspective. But as of now, my understanding is there is no cap on the number of communities that could opt in.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn to Mike Merwicki. I'm going to sit down. Mike Merwicki.
Well, thanks, Meg. Enjoy your sitting down, but I'll try to be brief. And I think if I hear you singing, it means I've crossed the line somewhere, right?
That's right. Over 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
I'll try and answer some of the questions that came up. And the first would be, I'm not aware of any time limit on towns opting in for this or the number of towns. The state has purposely taken its time to get into this business. We've been wanting to watch how other states stand up their cannabis control boards. And we're in the second year of Vermont. Hopefully, this is the year that things will start rolling out, but it's been a long, slow, deliberate process because we want to make sure we do it right and we do it in a way that can be done safely. And that's why licenses are not easy. They're expensive. Part of that is that there's a lot of security that's required of a cannabis establishment, just like there are currently with the medical dispensaries. Security is a huge concern, and we want to make sure that those concerns are answered before anybody can come in and join this business. But some places have. As to whether we keep it local, the idea in Vermont is we're trying to promote small businesses, and giant tobacco companies would love to get into this business, and that's not what Vermont wants. That's why we're trying to create local businesses, not that we can specify that you can only keep the town local, but our local breweries have been able to create that local brand. And there's the story now of we used to have deer hunters who came to Vermont. Now we have beer hunters who come to Vermont looking for the heady toppers or the local microbreweries that are around. And that's part of what we want to do with this business model, that it recognizes the reality of the landscape. People do use cannabis. They will use cannabis, and we should be part of that. The money some of the money that the state takes in will go to prevention efforts, to increase the prevention efforts we have now, and to make sure that we're not doing something that adds to making this look more attractive to our kids. And we've actually done a good job with tobacco in this state, and we're going to use some of the same methods and people to try and make sure that this is not something that our kids see as the best way to go, especially as children and especially with developing brains. Lastly, I think I would agree that this can be part of an economic development piece. Before COVID, I had brought the Commerce Secretary to Putney to meet with local businesses to see what we could do. And before next steps could happen, COVID came, and we have a plan to bring a different Commerce Secretary now. Before it was Mike Sherling, now it's Lindsay Curley, and we want to bring her to Putney. I can also say that our town manager, and I don't know if she's here, has started to look into a process through the Council on Rural Development to help Putney go through a process that they have set up with Rural Council Development around development and economic development. So this could be part of that. So as part of the bigger picture, I agree with people that we should be deliberate about this, whether this is the time or not. I'm not sure. I don't know where people are at, but I believe being deliberate about this and taking our time is the way to go. And that's what the state's been doing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mike Merwicki. I have a few hands up, and I'm going to go with Robin Ekstrom, who has not spoken yet on this topic.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to underline the what other folks have said about taking our time with this, that there's no need to decide this now. And a few specific points about the economics of it. If our option is to raise money from this is to levy a 1% tax on retail sales, what effect would that have on other businesses in town that are having a hard time going? A second question, just I have no idea what the answer would be, but maybe it could be looked at before we decide this one way or another. Is one of the sources of money coming into the town is all the private schools, which have already been mentioned. And what effect would it have on parental choice of sending their kids to these schools if there's a marijuana dispensary right in town? And the third point is that this is not the only option to bring people to town. I'm a member of the Energy Committee in town, and would love to focus effort on getting an electric vehicle charging station to town, particularly if it was located right in the downtown area. I think that is something that might draw a lot of the same kind of, through traffic into town long enough to make purchases at other stores. Thanks.
Thank you, Robin. I also have Kate. I think this is Kate Dodge under Charles. Do you have some comments?
Yes, let's see. So again, I'm just going to speak about it. I favor doing it. I guess deliberation. I don't know about waiting. We've been waiting for I don't know how many years. Everybody's been, I can remember discussions about it at least 5 years ago. But I do think it has to be thought about, and if people haven't already thought about it, they need to think about it more. As an alcohol vendor, we're subject to great many regulations. You can't imagine how many permits we have to get. We have something like 9 different permits, all of which we pay for. I think it was Tim Morris who said he thought the licensing fee was $25,000. If that's true, nobody's going to do it anyway. That's totally beyond what anyone would want to pay for any license in Putney or anywhere else in Vermont. In terms of the local branding, I do think, as someone else said, that's a marketing thing, and we buy virtually all of our fruit very locally, and have since before anybody thought about that issue. And it's a branding thing, it draws people, definitely draws people. People who come to Putney and Vermont in general want to know it's a Vermont product. They want to know that it's local. They want to know all of that. It's a huge draw. It's a huge draw. Oh, the only other thing, I agree we need more business in town. We bring people during our busy times of year. Great many people come through. But we can always use more, especially in the winter, and it would be great to have something else to bring people here. And as the 1% tax, I'm not sure how it works. I do think for us, we pay sales tax, we pay a 10% tax on tastings. We don't serve cocktails, and that would also apply to the Gleanery and any other place in Putney that sells alcohol, sells cocktails, serves alcohol. And I guess that's it. I just think would be add to the economic development. I think it's controllable. I think we've been thinking about it for years and years, and probably it's just time to do it. Oh, and also lots of people, everyone talks about how people were growing marijuana in the 60s. They're still growing it. It's all over the place.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Billy, and then we'll hear from Tim Morris.
I just wanted to essentially underscore what I said earlier, but just listening to the various comments and listening to some of what Tim said, and I'm thinking back to what Vanessa said with respect to, you know, the idea of trying to emphasize locally grown product, which is not apparently in the statute. Just to say that this is something that we need to do probably, but this is not the time to sign on the dotted line here. There's way too many unknowns. And I can't think of another example in town where we undertook sort of what could be kind of construed as a major project without fairly significant assessment about the impact of that project on the town. I mean, the sidewalk project, for example. And I understand and I share to some degree people's excitement, I suppose, about getting into this business and what it could do for downtown retail. But I think there are so many potentially unknown impacts that it would be crazy to approve this week. I think what should happen is that this should come back to the voters with a much more articulated feasibility study and maybe there's a committee that gets formed in town to look at this. There seems to be a lot of excitement and energy around it. Probably would have a bunch of people interested in being part of that. And we talked to some of the business owners in town. So one of the things that keeps coming up here is how this would be, you know, a wonderful impact on Putney's downtown economy. That may be true, but wouldn't it be great to hear from Eleni and Liz Ehrenberg, who's got a liquor license, and Keith, who runs Next Stage, and Kim and Mike at the G Store? You know, what is their take on this? I would like to hear from the fire chief. You know, what is his take on the public safety impact potentially? What are the traffic impacts if all of a sudden we have a lot of people coming in off the highway to buy pot in Putney? Could be great, could be problematic. I just don't know, but I think to rush into it, it almost feels to me like there's a little bit of magical thinking around what this could do for the community. And I think I would caution against, we've waited this long, we could wait, you know, another 6 months or 12 months. We're not going to miss the boat. This is not a sector that is going away. And I think we should take our time and do it right and get it right. I think the last thing I'd like to say, as someone who's invested a certain amount of time and energy into trying to help better the downtown from an economic vibrancy point of view, it's a very delicate balance in town. It's not easy to actually accomplish the things that we all want to accomplish in downtown Putney. What it means to have a vibrant downtown, I think, is shifting under our feet as we speak, and has been over the last, you know, decade or so that I've been involved in one aspect of downtown revitalization. I'm not sure that retail, as we have tended to think of it, is necessarily the quote unquote answer for us. It may be part of the answer. And in closing, I just wanted to make the point that from where I sit, even though I know we face a lot of challenges downtown, the downtown environment now compared to where it was 6-7 years ago, I mean, it's amazing how far we've come. I mean, look at the diner, look at what Eleni did all through the pandemic. Look at Kim and Mike at the G Store. Look at Next Stage. Look at Liz having hung in through the pandemic to keep that business going. Kate and Putney Winery. I mean, there's a list, and it's not perfect and it's not all that we want it to be. But I think to not acknowledge how far we've come through a very difficult period of time is also not being totally realistic. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Billy. I'm going to use my discretion as the facilitator, and because Article 6 and Article 7 are related, I'm just going to put Article 7 in as part of the discussion. Shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize integrated licensees in town pursuant to 7 VSA 863? Integrated licensee means a person licensed by the State Cannabis Control Board to engage in the activities of a cultivator, wholesaler, product manufacturer, retailer, and testing laboratory in accordance with state law. I'm doing this as a way of moving us along just because we have so many items on our agenda for today. So Tim, I'll let you jump in at this point to explain your thinking around Article 7, and then I'll go back to calling on the names that I see in the queue.
On Article 7, when I had sort of looked into how to have a petition put on the ballot and all of this, I had contacted the select board and was sort of funneled along to eventually to the town clerk. And he actually, by my understanding, wrote or gathered the language used in both Article 6 and 7. I hadn't actually asked for Article 7, but when it was handed back to me, there was Article 7 as well. And I have to admit, I didn't fully understand what it meant. I looked into it a little bit, and my understanding is sort of as it's stated, an integrated licensee can conduct more than one type of business sort of related to cannabis. One thing I didn't realize was that actually, and this may not be correct, but this is my understanding as of now, is that the integrated licensees are only available to, in effect, existing medical marijuana dispensaries, because you had to have been open and sort of operational as of a set date, and that set date is not achievable by new licensees. So I'm not really sure how much it actually applies to Putney. So I wanted to put that out there. I did have a couple other comments, but I can always come back, later as the moderator.
Great, thank you, Tim. Doug and Janice, you may need to mute your microphone just because we're getting some ambient noise. Doug Grant.
This is a great conversation. I just wanted to say before I ask my question that I live in a building that was a dispensary or a head shop back in the day at 88 Main Street, as I understand it. So my question is real simple. If we vote yes on these, does this set the wheels in motion that it's going to happen out of our control? Or is that a vote to tell the select board to create a commission or something to do the study that Billy was talking about and assess all those issues that Mike had mentioned and Vanessa and other people? So that's a simple question. Is a vote is a yes vote mean it's going to happen out of our control, or that it's going to be studied carefully?
Great. I'm sure Tim is noting that question as well. I'm making a note of it to make sure it does get answered, and I'll take a couple of other questions or comments before we turn either to Tim or the select board may have something to say. Sheila Garrett.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to go along with what Billy Strauss was saying and add that I think it is really important, if we begin conversations about the impact in town, that we definitely include the schools, because I think that they're a really important part of the community and that they should have an active part in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. And could people who have their hands up hit the lower hand? Otherwise, the queue gets stalled. So if you've raised your hands and you no longer wish to speak, please put lowered hands. Eva Mondin.
Let's see, it goes like this. I've used medical marijuana some years back. And then recently, because of that was in Brattleboro, and it was $50, and to be able to get the and go through the doctor and get photographed and so on. It didn't really help. And then this past year, when I had such incredible sciatic pain, I went down to Massachusetts to the dispensary in Turner's Falls. It's not, they can't talk about medical at all. It's just a dispensary. It's built like a fort. And the one in Brattleboro, the same way. It is whoever takes this on is going to have to build a fort. Am I right, Mike?
Interesting. So Eva does have a question that make sure that that's on the slate as well for either Tim or Mike Rowicki to answer.
Yeah, because the one in Turner's Falls is a fort, and it didn't help. Unfortunately, that didn't. But there is, out of Boston, somebody was able to get something that could help my pain. Yeah, but it's nobody's going to have it in the middle of Putney. I'll tell you, if you look and go to places to see how it's built. Anyway, there I have it.
Great, thank you, Eva. So Tim, I think it's back to you if you wish to make any more comments.
Sure. I don't have a lot of comments. I wanted to do a couple quick things. One, I wanted to clarify on the topic about state law and whether there's a requirement of sort of local production. But I did want to point out that under the state law, the cannabis sold would have to be grown in Vermont, and that would be under federal law too, because you would be violating federal law to transport across state lines. So until it's federally legal, all supply sold in a legal Vermont dispensary would have to be grown in the state of Vermont by a licensed grower. Let's see. Additionally, I wanted to make a couple small points. A couple people have sort of asked about what might we lose out on by not acting on this now? And again, I know people have sort of referenced this being somewhat of a thought experiment, and it is. Part of the reason that I was originally interested in having this ballot this question on the ballot was my concern that if Rockingham were to pass legal sales and were to build a dispensary, presumably on the way to the ski areas on 103, that someone could then put up a sandwich shop or a store of that similar business that might draw business from the co-op. In the past, I've sort of talked to people who are familiar with Putney because they got off the highway to go and get sandwiches at the co-op on their way north. So that was part of my initial motivation. So I do think potentially, and again, this is certainly very uncertain, that there might be a downside to not acting sooner, or there might not. I also just wanted to raise the issue that opting in has to be done essentially, by my understanding, at town meeting. So someone, unless the select board were to put the question on the ballot at their own initiative, someone would have to gather signatures of, is it 1% of the electorate, in order to get this question on the ballot again. So essentially someone would need to be willing to do the work. On the question, two things. One, on the question of private schools, I was a little flummoxed in a sense, because as far as I know, outside of Landmark, all of the private schools involve students under the age of 21. And so therefore those people not only would not be able to purchase cannabis from a retail dispensary, they, by my understanding, would not be able to step foot in one. On the issue about the select board and subcommittees and sort of something Doug raised about sort of how much control would remain with locals. Frankly, not much, by my understanding. It would be going to the state. The state would be the ones who would make the determination about who licenses are granted to. The select board is sort of authorized to set up a subcommittee, but again, that subcommittee would be very limited in their powers, simply essentially determining nuisances and making zoning determinations. And that's all I have, I think.
Great, thank you, Tim. Sheila and Eva, you still have your hand up. I'm assuming it's just because you didn't hit the lower hand function. If that's not true, I'm going to call on Howard. Okay, thank you. Howard Fairman.
Thank you. I'm going to, as they say down in Texas, circle back a little bit to a statement that was made earlier, which I'm going to quote again. Draw people in off the highway with money to spend. Reasons that people come off the highway with money to spend in Putney. Putney Diner, the Gleanery, Putney Food Co-op, Putney General Store, Next Stage Arts, Sandglass Theater, and Yellow Barn. Now, in this regard, I want to mention that two people have spoken advocating caution in this matter, and they happen to be Ms. Catherine Steffen, who is the executive director of Yellow Barn, and Mr. Billy Strauss, without which I think I can confidently say there would not be a Next Stage Arts. He certainly was a principal in this endeavor. So I would suggest that in terms of drawing people in off the highway with money to spend, we're already doing it. And actually, if you think about the establishments I have listed, there are not more establishments of that nature in Brattleboro. Now, Brattleboro has a lot of extra stores, you know, you name it. But in terms of stores, in terms of business establishments of the kind that we have in Putney, Brattleboro has no more of them than we have. And Rockingham has, Rockingham, which actually we're talking about Bellows Falls Village here, has far fewer. So I would suggest that before we start talking about how to draw more people in off the highway with money to spend, we should be looking at how we're already doing that and how we could enhance it, instead of saying, oh, we know selling grass will be the will be the panacea. Everybody will come to buy grass, and then they will go to all these other places. That is that's simply a logical fallacy. We have no basis for saying this, and this is why I also strongly advocate we need to study this in detail so that perhaps at next year's town meeting, instead of having articles showing up on the ballot, we have there has been reasoned discussion, there has been research, and justified conclusions have been drawn, especially in consultation with the business and arts establishments that I have mentioned, who make Putney what it is today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm noticing that it is now 12:30. And so, and that we've had a lot of discussion on both of these articles. And I certainly can be told otherwise, but I feel a strong need to start to move to Article 8. Kate, that means I'm going to give Tim the last word. Unless you feel like something that you have to say hasn't been said before.
Just really quickly, I just wanted to comment on what Howard just said. He listed a lot of businesses in Putney. He did not list the winery. So I'd like to remind everyone, probably 90% at least of our sales within the winery are out of state people. We'd love for more local people to come in and have a taste. Mm-hmm. But we're a big draw for out of state. So I just wanted to remind them.
Thank you very much, Kate. That's important. Tim, do you have any something that hasn't been said before?
I just couldn't let this go without comment, and I'm sorry to bring it up. With all due respect to Mr. Fairman, I don't believe that a small group of individuals who own businesses in town should make democratic decisions for the people of Putney. I'm perfectly happy with whatever the result of the vote is, but it should be put to the people of Putney, not held to some small group of people who have the time and inclination to either be, all due respect to the business owners of town, who I certainly appreciate. I feel like there are many times where we elevate the importance of town meeting day, when in fact, not everyone is able to attend. So that's not real democracy. Real democracy is people having the right to vote on the issues before them. So I believe having a question put on the ballot is the proper way of doing that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tim. And thank you also for reminding us that that's what we're doing here today, is to get all these views out so that the voters of Putney can make this decision.
Point of order. I have been misquoted.
Do you wish to correct the record, Howard?
I do. The previous speaker said that I advocated that the that the businesses and arts establishments I named make the decision. I did not do that. I suggested that they be considered. Moreover, the gentleman said that he thinks town meeting is somehow illegitimate in this regard because it is not a democracy. Now, he mentioned that he moved to Putney in 2014. I don't know whether he came from out of state, but in Vermont, we have Vermont town meeting in which I'm going to quote the Vermont Secretary of State in this regard. Town meeting happens every day on the first Tuesday in March. A form of government that exists nowhere else in the world outside of New England. Town meeting involves direct citizen lawmaking, true government by the governed. In other words, I say to the gentleman, you may wish to familiarize yourself with democracy in Vermont. At town meeting, voters are sovereign.
Now, Howard Fairman, with all due respect, I do want everyone to remember my rule number 1. Assume goodwill on the intentions of all speakers. Okay, we're moving on to Article 8. Shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize general fund expenditures for operating expenses of $1,475,193, of which $1,197,193 shall be raised by taxes, and $278,000 by estimated revenues for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. So this question is pertains to information in your town report, page 32. Does anybody, actually, first I want to turn to the select board to see if they have information.
Under Robert's Rules of Order, this would be a privileged motion. I note that the time is 12:34 p.m. We've been doing business since 10. If we were under Robert's Rules of Order, I would move that we recess for 1 hour for lunch.
Howard, that's an excellent idea. The only problem is that we have such a big agenda. I'm wanting to push till 1 o'clock. I think that we could easily be here for until 4 or 4:30, maybe even 5. So because we begin at 10, if we go that long, I'm pushing for the lunch hour. But thank you for asking about when we could take a lunch break. So at this point, I'm looking at the clock for about a little thereafter for a break. So select board, would you like to discuss the budget for the voters to decide to authorize the general fund expenditures?
I think what I would ask is that Town Manager Karen Astley comment on the budget. She has been instrumental, as she always is, in creating that budget, and probably can speak to it more concisely than
Absolutely, I agree. Yep. Be able to. Thank you, Karen.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone. So each year I look at the budget and I look at the previous budget and I look at the actuals to see, what went over, what might have been under. And then I try to project, because the 2022 budget is already in play at that point. So I try to project for the following year. By looking at the budget, there's always the same regular increases, and that would be like your medical insurances, VLCT insurances, salaries. And with salaries, we look at the cost of living adjustment and the consumer price index, and we try to gauge a reasonable, rate. For 2023, it's at 3%. In the general fund budget for 23, I've also put in there a line item for grant manager, the grant writer, grant manager, and that is something new for the town of Putney. And my thought process on that is that we have approximately $735,000 that will be coming from the American Rescue Plan Act. And that money needs to be managed in a way that long-term planning and with the community's input and feedback, that we spend that money wisely. So that's going to be over a 2-year process, and doing that on my own is going to be difficult, and I don't want to miss any opportunities. And this is why we have the grant writer, grant manager in the budget for $31,200. It's a part-time position. I feel it's important, and my goal is to see that through for maybe 2 years, and then maybe we can do away with it. But if it works, because we're going to be looking at energy grants as well. Our energy committee right now is very active. There's a lot of planning going on. We can't implement unless we have grants. Grants offset taxes, and it allows the community to do certain things. Like Mike said, we're looking at economic development. Elizabeth Warner, your comments too. We've been looking at impact fees. You know, we're looking at different ways to offset raising taxes. This budget has gone up 9.69% for 23. In that increase is 2.98% from the library. And I'm reading all of this off of page 37 for everyone. The sheriff's contract is up $15,000. So the past 2 years, it was level funded, but $15,000 increase in a sheriff's contract is substantial. You know, and there's some smaller, you know, increases like cemetery appropriation, $4,200. They've been working off an appropriation for I don't know how many years, and it's always been the same. And they need more money to, you know, keep up the cemeteries. You know, this is for like cutting trees and brush, and, you know, it's not just about mowing, and it's trying to preserve the stones in the cemeteries too. You know, there's a lot of history in those cemeteries, and we haven't had the money to cover the expenses. So the increases in the general fund mostly are from increases from year to year. And I do my best to try to level fund, or, you know, at least hold the increase to, you know, 1 to 3%, but I could not do that for 23. So that's kind of my take on this budget.
David.
Thank you, Karen.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay,
David.
I want to throw a bone out to Karen, because we talk about this all the time, and nobody's tighter than me. I try to save $1 wherever I can possibly save $1, and Karen does an amazing job of that. And I agree completely with what you just said. The first 2 years, I worked really hard with her and to talk about and work on trying to not have the budget go up at all. And it's just not possible to do that. It's not possible to do that.
It's not realistic.
And all it takes is one event like the one we had in July, and we have 13 roads out. We don't have any extra money to deal with all kinds of things that go along with that, not to mention the every year increases like the ones you just described, and then we're in trouble. And so I think this budget reflects very careful consideration on that part and very frugal thinking. And thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I will add too that the general fund and the highway budget are separated. In the general fund, I was not able to, because of the increase already, I was not able to put any extra money in there towards capital improvements. This has been a concern because we have aging facilities. and we have other infrastructure, that needs money to keep it going. I do my very best, and it's sometimes it's hard because I'm only one person. And again, Eileen, your comment about having committees, trying to find the money, the grant money, but we also have to have a reserve fund too, in case of an emergency, like David mentioned.
Right.
Do I foresee, like in the general fund, we would have an emergency? Possibly, if we lost the building to fire, that's a problem, because we still need to conduct business. But without a capital reserve fund to draw from, we're going to be borrowing money. And with the interest rates starting to go up, it's going to be very difficult. So I'm always thinking of the future and trying to figure out a way to stabilize, so we have funds in case of an emergency, but also have funds that we can, create opportunity.
I just want to comment on one thing about the grant position, is that that ARPA money will be coming to us regardless of a grant writer. So a grant writer could help us in considering that, but what a grant, in my opinion, what a grant writer, the added value a grant writer would give us would be that there are a lot of other grants, and I know Karen touched on that, but there's a huge breadth. I mean, Brian Harlow has been very effective in garnering grant money over his tenure in the highway department, and Tom Goddard has been effective in garnering grant money in the fire department. Here at the library, there are many grants across many different sort of areas, and Karen does an excellent job of managing those for us, but as Karen said, she's only one person. And so I think that in a way, I think of that as supplemental employee for general town manager work, because it would replace and allow Karen to be freed up to do the work that she needs to do. But I think that it is a small investment for the likely return that we would get by having a professional grant writer involved. So I think it's a great thing.
So let us open it up to comments then, or questions from the voters. I see Louise Garfield has her hand up.
Hello, thank you for calling on me, Meg.
Yeah.
I heard, I think $15,000, Karen, as the increase in the sheriff's request for money. I don't have the book in front of me to know what percentage that is, but also I'd like to know what could go into that increase amount. Thanks.
I can tell you, yes, Louise, that is the sheriff's amount to be increased by $15,000. And I can tell you, bear with me for a moment. That increase is 18.29%.
You may have been present, Louise, at the discussion with the sheriff's department. But if you weren't, it's a reality across law enforcement that there isn't enough funding for them. Their expenses, as do everybody else's, continue to go up. They tried to work to enhance training, et cetera. They have held that the price that we did have, the cost for that contract that we did have, they have held for a significant period of time. It's been several years that it's been.
2 years it was level funded.
But it's been in that range for quite some, the last time they went up, it was not as significant an increase. And I think they're experiencing the same thing of, their costs are not covering their income is not covering their costs. So they have to do this.
If I remember correctly, part of that discussion was Sheriff Anderson was explaining that what they charge us in other towns doesn't even cover salary.
Right.
and that they have to do other functions to raise money to cover the cost of policing us. So.
Great.
lot of consideration.
I have some other hands up. Is it all right if we take some more questions?
Yes.
Sure.
Alan Blood, would you like to enter the conversation?
Sure. I just wanted to ask about a few more things that went up more than most things. I'll just list three of them and you can respond to all three. One is that there seems to be either an increase in hours or in a position for assistant clerk, assistant treasurer. And I'm not complaining, I'm just curious about why it's listed as such a large increase this year. Health insurance goes up every year. It's going up significantly again this year. Wondering if that is increasing any benefits or if it's just an increase in how much is being charged just for the same benefits. And the third question I have is relating to social agency appropriation. Is that a new organization that's coming in, or what is the increase in $5,500 there?
Sure.
The budgets were up, so it's a percentage of the budget.
Yeah, can I just respond?
Yeah.
Yes,
All right.
Karen.
Alan, as far as the assistant town clerk, Kim was part-time, she is full-time. So what I've done with her is that she's 15 hours in the town clerk's office, and she's also 20 hours in the town manager's office doing accounts payable and payroll. As folks know too, that Alyssa Harlow, who was with us for 3 years, has left, and we have Cassandra now too. And you'll see that line item budget went down a little bit. So I've been shifting some staff to try to accommodate for what we need. Kim is also the assistant treasurer, and Cassandra is executive assistant / treasurer. So for the first time since I've been here, I now have a treasurer and an assistant treasurer, which gives me checks and balances in the financial department.
And also, Karen has, for a variety of reasons, there has been some turnover in help in the town office for several years now. And Karen, this is the first time that Karen also has the sort of the people she needs in the position she needs them, and she sort of spoke to that. But we have had vacancies that increase the workload on Karen, and I don't know whether anybody notices this that much, but one will often see Karen's vehicle at town hall on Saturdays,
Right.
etc. So this reflects a little bit of an effort to balance her workload in a reasonable way by having sufficient coverage for the things that she needs. So as far as the social appropriation is concerned, that is a formula that we have used consistently throughout, and it's because the budget is up, and it's based on a percentage of the overall budget, so that increase is there. So it's just inherent in how that formula works. Was there another question?
Just health insurance.
Yes, so again, Alan, because Kim is now full-time, I've had to add, insurance for her. And, Alyssa actually was a 2-person, and with Cassandra, it's 1. So it shifts, but that is the reason. And it's up a little bit anyway, overall. But that's just, the nature of the beast with medical insurance, unfortunately.
Thank you.
We had even, I'm sorry, Alan, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you for that.
I have another person with their hand up, Elizabeth Warner.
Good afternoon, almost. I wanted to bring up again the idea of an impact tax to help support the increased cost of the security in the town of Putney, and how landlords with over 15 units may be assessed for contributions or an impact tax. And I'm wondering how we as a town can look at that going forward, so we can also understand how best to reduce the tax increases on some of the older folks in town who have been living here for a long time. So again, economic development support for increasing taxes where appropriate. Thank you.
Select Board, do you want to address that issue?
Yeah, go ahead. All right. So I'm going to address that. So Elizabeth, as the zoning administrator also, I've been talking with the Planning Commission. We are looking, and I've been talking with Tom Goddard, the fire chief, because larger developments, especially subdivisions in multifamily housing, private schools as well, there is a burden. And how do we assess that burden fairly and equitably? And I've been taking the steps to look into that and reaching out to Brattleboro. They're a bigger town. I know they do have impact fees. Aileen Shute does work down in Brattleboro, so she's been a good resource for me. We are going to be looking at that, and as soon as we can research and get data, I'll be going to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission will have to bring it to the Select Board. But those are the steps, and it is something I want to look into, and I want to do it within the next year.
Any other questions about the general fund, which is Article 8? Howard Fairman.
Ms. Facilitator, I do have a question, but it is somewhat detailed. And given that you mentioned you might like to recess around 1 o'clock, and I see that it's 12:55, I'll leave it up to you as to whether you hear my question, whether the group hears my question before or after.
Thank you, Howard, for that consideration. I'm fine with that, but I'm going to check in with the Select Board and Karen, the town manager. Any thoughts?
I think that as long as Mr. Fairman's question is generally germane to Article 8, it would be my preference that we continue to get through Article 8 and then take a break after that. So
Great, thank you. Yeah, so Howard, please go ahead.
All right. Regarding the Town of Putney General Fund, excuse me, be right with you. There we go. Thank goodness there's water.
Yes, we can all take a water break.
Yes. Regarding the Town of Putney's General Fund, which is the topic of Article 8, and regarding our Town of Putney's financial condition, first, which our town manager is prepared to answer, how much is the current total of our Town of Putney surpluses?
The answer to
Karen, can you answer that question?
Yes, the answer to that question, Howard, is $820,352.
Thank you. And how much is the current total of our Town of Putney reserve funds?
$338,042.
And so we don't have to do the mental arithmetic. How much is the grand total?
$1,158,394. $394.
Okay, just confirming that. I noted $1,158,394.
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, second. 2020 Putney Town Meeting voters adopted via Australian ballot our Town of Putney Select Board's warning article authorizing bonding to buy a new fire engine. Then our Town of Putney Select Board and Town Manager did not bond for and buy it, stating that our town of Putney's financial condition was not strong enough. Legal and duly adopted town meeting warning articles remain in effect until voters amend or rescind them, which we have not done. This bonding remains authorized. Quoting Executive Director Michael Gahn of the Vermont Bond Bank, historically, we have seen towns seek financing several years after bond votes passed. So, is our town of Putney's financial condition strong enough now to bond for and buy the new fire engine before the Fed raises interest rates to fight inflation? If not, why not?
I would say no at this time, Howard. And you are accurate what you just read, because I do know towns that have been asked by the bond bank that they did go for a loan. Are they going to use it? I feel at this point, bonding for a $550,000 fire truck would impact this town financially. And I say that because of COVID. We're not through this year's budget, and I'm concerned. I don't know what the numbers are going to look like by June 30, 2022, especially with the general fund. I'm not talking about the highway fund. We'll talk about that one later. But as far as the general fund goes, if there is any surplus, it will be minimal. But it's hard for me to predict, but I'm looking at it monthly.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, David?
Yep, the part of working with the auditors was that we were working towards a position where we could have some money in reserve to run business if there was a problem.
That is
And you're-
correct.
And you're saying that this year doesn't look like we're going to be able to add anything to that fund or create that fund.
No.
And because of having the increases.
Right.
That would take consideration before buying a new fire truck. We have a functioning fire truck right now. And in my opinion, that we would take consideration first. And secondly, I remember, if I don't remember this correctly, please correct me. That number 550,000 was only good for a certain period of time, and that time's passed, if I remember. So we don't even know what that would be. And does that affect that article?
The five.
You may be having some technical difficulty with frozen screen.
Meg, I can say that I can see you when you're moving, but the select board screen froze.
Yes, so thank you for confirming that, Howard. BCTV, we seem to have lost the feed from the Putney Library. Helena or Nolan, do you have any, here we go. I'm getting a message. They're trying to find out what happened at the Putney Library. There is somebody there from BCTV, Gallon, and he's working on it. It may be that our break is thrust upon us. Let's just give them a couple more minutes to see if we can get the select board back.
Back. We lost.
Okay, do we hear the select board now?
1 second. Try it again. Try it again.
Meg, can you talk?
Sure. I don't see the select board anymore, but we see it's frozen again.
What?
There we
Yes.
go. Eileen, I see your hands moving.
Hi. It says my internet connection is unstable.
Well, that is interesting because this is the best place for internet.
Right.
I'm not on the Wi-Fi either. No, I'm wired in, and yeah, I lost it for a second. I have it back, but it does say it's stable. That's very odd.
May I make a recommendation then, since we're having some technical difficulty? It seems like our lunch break has been decided by the machines.
This might have been a sign.
Yes, so I'm going to recommend that we only take a half-hour break, if that's okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, okay, so it's now 1:03 and we will take a half-hour break, and at 1:33 we'll come back to our discussion on Article 8. All right.
We're gonna take
See
a
you
break.
all in a bit.
That was
Thank you.
so.
Since we all
Since
disappeared.
we also, yeah, I was the only one. Like, I was here. The switch that you're plugged into and put you.
Are you guys ready then if I start it up again?
Yeah, you can hear us okay, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Looks like we got our technology up and working. Okay, thanks, everybody. So we will resume, and we are discussing Article 8, which is, shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize general fund expenditures for operating expenses of $1,475,193, of which $1,197,193 shall be raised by taxes and $278,000 by estimated revenues for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. So we're picking up from where we left off right after since lunch. And I'm looking for any comments or questions. And please use the raise hand function, not the applause or response function, so that you can get into the queue. Right now, I only have one hand up. That is Howard Fairman. And because I see nobody else, I'm going to let Howard pick up again on Article 8. Howard. And it looks like you're unmuted, so you should be able to speak.
There is no sound.
We can only hear you a little bit, Howard. You're not, are you not hearing us very well?
He's saying.
Okay, now we've got it.
Okay, and can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, Howard.
Ms. Facilitator, if I recall correctly, our select board were in the process of considering the question that I had asked when the technology quit on us.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be appropriate for us to pick up at that point?
I think that's right, that there was the question that you had posed, and I believe that Karen had begun to answer it. And then we did have some technical difficulties. So Karen, would you be willing to start from, because we're not sure when we lost you.
So that was the question related to the fire truck, Mr.
Whether
Fairman?
we were fiscally stable enough
Right.
now
Oh,
to enact that
yeah.
article.
Yeah.
The bonding question.
Right.
Because there was a 2020 vote, voters allowed for expenditures for a fire truck, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes, and I had said no. With other comment. You want me to repeat myself?
He had asked if we're not, and if not, why?
Right.
Yeah.
We are not at this point. I don't feel comfortable, Mr. Howard, at this point
Mm-hmm.
to move forward with the purchase of a $550,000 fire truck.
Mm-hmm.
We did look at bonding, but we did not go through the entire process.
Mm-hmm.
Because of our fiscal budget and because of COVID, fiscal year 22, I feel that, especially for the general fund, that it's going to be really tight. I don't predict a whole lot of surplus. And as I stated before, the general fund and the highway department budgets are different. They're separated. They're not different. Well, they are different, but they are separated. So I look at the highway budget differently than I do at the general fund budget. And I recall too, when we went through the process looking at the fire truck, we were looking at least $60,000 plus interest for payment. That would have been over 10 or 15 years.
In debt service, yeah, I think it was 15.
For overall debt service. And I do want to comment too, Mr. Fairman, about bond loans. You get locked into a certain percentage, you cannot pay that loan off early.
Right, right.
You can refinance, but you take the risk of refinancing, at a higher rate. Rates are currently going up. I did inquire with People's Bank regarding borrowing for the purchase of a piece of highway equipment. And I can tell you, at this point, as of this week, it was 2.75, but it's not going to stay there, and it will be going up. And we don't know how quickly rates are going to start climbing. But back to the fire truck, I don't feel now is a good time to make that purchase.
And I want to clarify just a couple things about that discussion from that time. One, Tom was very clear, Fire Chief Goddard was very clear that there were compelling financial reasons to look at purchasing a truck at exactly that time, including an offer from the manufacturer that had a timeline on it. But Tom was also very clear that that the necessity of the truck was not urgent in that same time frame. That truck is scheduled for replacement, I believe, in 2026, but I might be wrong about that. But he had suggested or presented and done his homework on purchasing a piece of equipment in advance, partly because financial incentives that no longer exist for us. And I think the between tariffs that were implemented and the pandemic, et cetera, that sort of whole atmosphere shifted both in our thinking about it and the manufacturer's willingness to.
There was also, if I could add that, in working with the auditor, one of the things that we were trying to begin to work on over the long term was to not add any more than we absolutely had to long-term debt and to increase, reserve funds, so that we became more fiscally stable. And so adding to that long-term debt would work against that process at this time. So.
Okay. Great. Thank you for those responses. I'm not seeing any other hands up on
May
Article
I?
8. Yes. Howard, yes, this is another question specifically on Article 8.
Yes, it is a follow-up on what I asked and the answers that we have received.
Okay.
Just to briefly summarize, 2020 Putney Town Meeting warrant included our select board's article asking for permission to bond to buy the fire truck. We said yes. Then a few months later, they said, we're not going to buy the fire truck because Putney's finances are too precarious. But they did not cite numbers. They simply cited feelings. And that is what they are doing today. They're saying they feel it wouldn't be a good idea. But actually, money is managed, and I do know something about this professionally, based on actual numbers. Now, we did receive some actual numbers today. We received that the town of Putney has $1,158,394 of our money in the bank set aside for something. We also know that we are voting on $2,480,555 to fund Putney for the coming fiscal year. Now, the money that's already in the bank is exactly 47% of the money needed to run Putney for a whole year. So there's plenty of money there already, and Putney's management of our money should not be on the basis of what anyone feels. It should be on the basis of what we measure. Now, I expected to raise an issue today. I did not expect that you would come up with definitive answers today, but I'm making it my project until Putney Town Meeting next year for our Town of Putney Select Board, interested Town of Putney citizens, and any consultants whom you wish to involve in this, come to agreed and generally accepted, means by other towns as well, measures of the town of Putney's financial health. Because you are telling us that the town of Putney's finances are too precarious 2 years after you supposedly started doing something about it. Now, I know this is hard, but I also am very concerned that all you have to tell us is you feel it is not right. That is not where this that is not where this begins, and that is not where this can end. So I'm announcing publicly today that I shall be making it my project over the next year to work with you and work with all interested citizens to arrive at generally accepted, in other words, by other Vermont towns as well, measures of our town of Putney's financial condition, so we know where we stand. Because in the case of the fire truck, apparently you got blindsided. You were for it before you were against it. And okay, I know these things happen, but I also know that COVID has not had any significant effect on the town of Putney's tax revenues. People have paid their taxes because they're doing so under penalty of tax sale and tax deed, which is, when you think about it, pretty draconian. So this is where we have to leave it for. One more point, and that is the article for bonding the fire truck was warned without a deadline. Now, when that's the case, you are correct that you have discretion. Now, town of Putney voters are free at any time to petition a special town meeting article or an annual town meeting article where we say we want to bond for the fire truck by what attorneys call a date certain, a deadline. And then I know from experiences and other issues in this regard, you will be under the obligation to bond for and buy the fire truck. So this, for the information of other citizens listening and who may wish to pass the word on, if we wish to make this binding, we do so simply by warning a special or adding an article, by petitioning a special or an article in the annual meeting stating that it be done by a date certain. And then it will have to be done. But that, of course, is for other people. But I'm going to make it my project to work with you folks to come up with actual measures of Putney's financial condition, which you have told us is precarious, despite having nearly $1.2 million of our money in the bank. Now, you may be right, you may be wrong. My feeling is, your feeling is you're right. My feeling is you're wrong, because as 47% of the money that it takes to run the town for a year, that is one heck of a bank account. So I won't say any more at this time, but I'll be visiting you at select board meetings. And so everybody will know it's happening. I'll be requesting an item on the agenda, which probably will be called a town of Putney financial condition, but we'll see. We'll see about that. So we can work through this during the coming year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Howard. And I'm going to. I'm not seeing any more hands up for Article 8, and I think some of what Howard's project is considering for the coming year. So we'll hold on to that as an ongoing project for creating, it sounds like, ways so that the voters have a better understanding of what the financial health of the town is. So if I could move to Article 9, or Josh, do you want to say something first?
Can we clarify a little bit? I mean, the opinion that we are offering based on work primarily with our auditor, who made specific recommendations about what funds we should have allocated where, and our current capacity of our reserve funds. So, but Karen, do you want to elaborate?
I would like to elaborate and clarify. And Mr. Fairman, I enjoy working with you, so anytime. Just to clarify the surplus, there are several accounts. In the general fund, the unassigned surplus currently is $100,709. In the highway surplus, which is restricted solely for the highway budget and department, there's $313,713 as of June 2021. And out of that, we just spent, because it was voted on, $145,000 for the purchase of the new loader. We now have a total of $168,713. The remaining surplus resides in the water and sewer funds which are proprietary / enterprise funds, which are restricted, their user base, and that money too stays within those two funds. So even though we have $1,158,000, $1,158,394, all that money is not in a place where it's accessible.
And
also, isn't some of that money in equity, not in actual money?
Right,
So-
and there's
so-
liability and
Right.
equity that is impacted by that as well. So, but that's what I can give folks today.
And I also just want to say that our the recommendations for, I'm not 100% sure it's the right word, but the word I would use for solvency for us, based on review by our auditor. And
Oh, we seem to have lost the select board again.
They've lost.
Oh, no, we came back. Sorry. Based on you, Josh, you just said, based on the, of the
review
auditor.
our auditor and recommendations from them on our level of solvency, it is based on their experience with lots of towns and what they perceive and believe to be the soundest sort of financial models. So
Right.
we're not shooting in the dark with this. We're just trying to figure out how to achieve what our auditor recommends in terms of solvency and be responsible financially in the effort of achieving that.
And I think earlier when I said we felt like it wasn't the time to do that, it wasn't the feeling like I like it when it's warm out. It was a statement. I probably used the wrong words. And Howard, I love working with you too, and I really do. And we feel that because of numbers that you're curious about. So we're glad you're going to be working with us, and hopefully we're working towards more solidity.
Yeah, and I'd like to say also to those who are curious, the audit is online. If you have a few hours to spend to read it, it's all there.
Scintillating.
It's so
Right,
engaging.
and we also had the auditor come to one of our meetings, not sure which one, but it's also, it was recorded, so that's also online to get you a better sense of where we are financially. You know, and I guess we should all apologize for maybe trying to simplify it for the general consumption, because I don't know about you, but my eyes roll into my head when I try to read that kind of thing.
There's one more. Oh, go ahead, Karen.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a point about Tom. Tom did this work knowingly. It was way ahead of needing the fire truck. He said last time we needed a truck, we had no time to do this job and detail what we wanted and spec out a truck, the kind of truck we wanted. And we had a short period of time, and I didn't want that mistake to happen again. So we know we're ahead of the curve. And that's part of what happened with that. Like you said, it isn't scheduled to be replaced for many years. So Tom's aware of that, we're aware of that. And anyway.
So, and I just want to make another plug for the community to get involved. I think if we had some kind of budget committee that would help suss out some of this stuff, I'm pretty sure Karen would welcome that.
Yes.
Sounds like we already have one interested party.
And just because you said it, committee-wise, you know, the other thing that David has brought up a number of times is the need for us to, or the desire for us to be more effective at fundraising. And the reality is that some of our departments that we fund directly with taxpayer money do receive some benefit from fundraising, but if we could do that more effectively town-wide and have it be a more you know, concerted effort, we probably could achieve that, and that would directly offset taxes.
That could be a way that people in town could contribute without being a member of a committee, which takes up a lot of time. And they could help with the fiscal and every other kind of well-being in the community. We need to set up a mechanism that people who can have the ability to can give in a way that they give back to the system that's benefited them so much.
And we did that very effectively with the raising money for the pool.
Right.
But there are other places we could do that.
Yeah.
So.
Great.
And I have one more clarification comment for Mr. Fairman regarding property taxes. And I want to thank everybody who has paid their property taxes. They were due on February 18th. To date, we have outstanding just for the current year, $301,381.22. Overall delinquent, we have $41,783.78. That's a total of $343,165 that are still outstanding in property taxes. That revenue doesn't come in, our operating budget is going to be impacted. So,
And that in my time sitting on the select board, it's never been that high before.
no, this is high.
unusual.
Normally, I like to see, the third payment right around 100,000, but that was not the case this year. And I don't know, it could be COVID. There are programs the state is offering. They're on our town Facebook page, for utility payments and property tax payments. I encourage those people that are struggling to look into those programs.
And also to reach out to town hall if
Yes.
you need help
Yes.
looking into those programs, because we can either help you directly. I use that broadly. Karen can either help you directly or can guide you in the right direction. So
Yes.
please, if you are in financial duress, please ask for help, because we hopefully could help you.
Yeah. The town is not in the business to own real estate. The last thing I want to do is have property go to tax sale. It's not a fun thing. It's difficult, and so call the office, work with us, and we'll work with you.
Great, thank you, Karen and the select board. I'm tempted to read Article 9, knowing that we're having a broad conversation about financial health, fiscal responsibility, et cetera. But just in the interest of time, Article 9 is, shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize highway fund expenditures of $1,174,912, of which $1,005,362 shall be raised by taxes and $169,550 by estimated revenues for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. As I said earlier, this is an information meeting. We are not able to change the wording or the line items on any of these budgets. You all will be voting an up or down vote. But let us open the discussion to Article 9. So feel free to use the raise hand, not the applause, under either reactions or maybe under participants. Howard, I'm happy to recognize you. You are the only person who had a hand up. Do you wish to speak to Article 9 or anything related?
I should like to, Ms. Facilitator, but I'm glad to defer to other people first.
At the moment, I'm not seeing any other hands.
Can I comment?
Yes, and Karen, yes, I'm sorry. I should have turned it to the select board first. My apologies.
Yeah, so just a snapshot of what happened with the highway fund budget. So it is up $173,358. That is 17.3% overall. Again, 3% cost of living raise, medical insurance. We are fully staffed with the highway department. We do have 6 full-time employees. Winter maintenance, well, basically fuel. I had decreased the budget for this year, which was a mistake. And no, I didn't realize
That was my
fuel was gonna go up. So I put that line item back up, you know, and let's see what else. The biggest change is the capital reserve fund of $145,000. And this is where we need to start thinking about putting money away for capital improvements. Now, this capital reserve includes equipment, roads, bridges, and any infrastructure that will be needing to be repaired. The July 29th storm is a perfect example of why we need to have reserve money in case of an emergency. So we've expended probably $575,000 approximately out of our operating budget to cover costs to repair our roads. We are, and I say we, Brian Harlow, the road superintendent, Tom Goddard, the fire chief, and myself are working with FEMA to submit damage reports. It's a process. It will take a little bit of time. I'm hoping that we can recover some of the storm damage money in this fiscal year. I also needed to take out a line of credit of $500,000 to cover that budget, so it wasn't running in the red. So again, it is very important to think long-term if we're going to be financially solvent. And that 145 is going to help us do that. The other thing I wanted to note is as we pay off equipment or loans, we're not paying on the interest. So in the last 5 years, we've paid about $57,000 on interest on highway equipment
Per year.
per year.
Right.
So
That's $250,000.
yeah, that's a lot of money.
Can you say what David or Josh just said? We didn't quite pick up when he said, it was a comment.
Per year, that number Karen referred to, $57,000, is the annual interest on debt service.
And so for 5 years of that, that's $250,000 or more. And moving forward, we won't be paying that if this capital reserve fund is funded and works the way we intend it to work. So I think that's the point Karen was making.
Right.
Okay, thank you. And so, and just to be clear, so Article 9, we just got some information about the highway fund expenditures, and Article 10 will have to do with the highway surplus funds. Am I correct? And
yes,
when voters go, they want to understand those two things as separate. Yeah.
Yes.
I have a hand up from Janice Baldwin. Is there any other comments from the select board before I open it up to the gathered?
Just a general comment about how Brian runs his department, and the fact that we have that surplus to work with is a great example of what we would like to work towards in the general fund. And thank him for doing that. Does a great job.
Yeah. Can I make another comment?
Sure.
Because I work closely with all the departments, town hall, highway, and the fire department. I just want to say thank you to all of the town employees, because, you know, we have a strong team at town hall, and even though the fire department and the highway department, you know, they have their department heads, and I may not be privy to everything that's going on. Overall, we have a good employee base here, and I want to thank the highway department because they were out last night and then back out this morning. Brian's still out there. So there are things that fall through the cracks, and some people might not be, you know, happy with some things that might get done or might not get done, but I do appreciate the team that I have with the town of Putney and also the community. I mean, I've connected with a lot of people, and, you know, I think it's great, and it's, you know, it makes things easier.
And we,
Really?
and we, the select board, would not be able to, I know we are all people who, either David and I both have our own businesses. Eileen works for the town of Brattleboro. But if it weren't for Karen and her management of all of this, I would not be able to do what I do.
Absolutely. You're here. Thank you, Karen.
Instrumental in making this work.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to now turn it to Janice Baldwin.
Thank you. I think the video is not free, but that's okay. I just wanted to ask Karen to speak to the line under highway general maintenance salaries, the increase of 17% there. Can you speak to that? It seems very high. Is that about new employees, or because I thought the cost of living increase was going to be kept at 3%?
It is 3%.
That's Pat. Isn't that Pat?
What page are you on?
40.
Page 38, under the highway budget, down below the last chunk there, general maintenance salary.
Yep. So
an increase of 22,542.
That Pat?
Yeah, that's we had a part-time. Well, he was kind of on call, and then he came forward full-time.
And that reflects, Janice, the fact that we have had a vacancy in that department for many years, going back to when Bill Harlow worked for us. So I would say 5 to 7 years at least. Yeah, that where we had Brian has been able to run the department down by a person, then we added a half person back in, and now we're back to a full-time person. So in fact, it's reflective of us being fully staffed in that department, not adding additional.
Right.
What part is the healthcare package that goes with a full-time employee of that increase? I'm just curious. That just popped into my head. Was he on that part?
That's salary only.
That's
that line
salary,
item
yeah,
she's referring to is salary. But you see that reflected in the
increase
in the insurance, in the employee insurance.
If they have it.
Got it.
So that particular
Right. Some people
employee,
opt out. Yeah.
We have 2 employees that don't have town medical insurance on the highway department.
Yep.
So did that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mike Merwicki, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Meg. I'd like to comment on this part of the budget here. And I'd like to, first of all, as Karen said, thank our road crew. They were out again. We had another of those 18-hour storms that they were as relentless as the storm. And that's why our roads are open here. And I want to address the damage from that July storm. We saw 18 inches of rain last July. 10 inches, I think, in that one night where we lost, I think it was 12 or 13 roads, including the bridge on River Road. Westminster lost 13 roads as well. And all across the state, we saw the direct effects of climate change. And I want to thank Karen for doing what she could to get the monies out there so we could move that along. And I know it took a while to get that piece of equipment. I mean, the bridge replacement on River Road, but that's because we upgraded and we looked to do the job right. So thanks to Karen and all the crew for their work on that. And I can say that we're going to be pushing on our end in the legislature to make sure the town gets the FEMA funds that they deserve for replenishing that. But I also want to say we can't keep doing that every year. We need to take actions. We need to take actions to address climate in Vermont, and all of us have to do our role. So there's going to be some bills coming out of the legislature this year in regards to climate and actions we all can take and that the state can take. And I think this is an indicator of what it looks like. So it's time to act, and I'm glad we've got the people we do at the town working on their end, and we're going to be working on our end. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike Merwicki.
Just great one thing on that, Meg, and that is that whenever we do replacement or reconstruction of any of our roads, we are working with the state in
Yes.
their guidelines that are trying to, as best as possible, anticipate the realities that we're going to be facing. So, I think we've got sort of a broader swath to think about and consider. Energy committee is thinking longer term about climate, conservation, et cetera. But the highway department is probably right now sort of the most active department in that respect, in trying to be as prepared as we can.
That kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that right? Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a plug also for being proactive on climate change and also on mitigation strategies. We do have a hazard mitigation plan that is up for public comment right now, and I believe the deadline is March 1st.
That is correct.
So that's actually coming up. So if anybody has any, if anybody wants to read that, it's online on the town website, and there's an email to forward your comments to if you have any additional ideas.
And the deadline for posting comments is when again?
I believe it's March 1st.
Yes.
Okay, so soon. Yeah, Tuesday.
Really soon.
Okay, great. Howard Fairman, you have your hand up.
Okay, and this time I remembered to unmute, so
Yay.
we're measuring progress here.
Excellent.
I will start with our select board and town manager. We've been talking about the highway department, but I want to say first that our select board and town manager are excellent managers of our town of Putney in public meetings. And I'm mindful that we have other staff who work more behind the scenes. They are also excellent, but I also can offer a specific comment about which I and a few other people in Putney have some expertise. Winter sidewalk maintenance is excellent. The sidewalks are cleared as soon as possible, and where sanding needs to be done because the ice got there, sanding is, in my experience, being done, I assume, by our highway department. Anyway, the sand was there. So, we are well-staffed and well-run in Putney. Now, that said, when it's our money, of course, we are entitled to ask hard questions about our money. And that is exactly what I shall be doing, not in any unfair sense, but just in the sense of coming to agreement with about generally accepted measures. Now, it was mentioned a few moments ago that our auditor gave us some sort of standards. Well, auditors do not speak in terms of feelings. Auditors speak in terms of numbers, or the absence of numbers, or that numbers are out of balance. So, or sometimes, as has been the case with the school board just north of us, they couldn't reconcile the bank statements for several months. You may have read about this in the Reformer, but auditors deal with specifics. And in terms of our town's financial condition, we have not been dealing with specifics, and I'm going to work toward that. And of course, gladly working with others in terms of perhaps beginning with what the auditor said, and keeping in mind that there also was a proposal that we use a set of standards developed by the Ethan Allen Institute. But that seems to have gone by the wayside because I ran the numbers, and the town decided they didn't like the numbers, so they brought in consultants to get numbers they liked better. Well, we won't be doing that again, but we will be working toward, okay, we all agree, this is how we measure the town of Putney's financial condition. So I'm not going to put anyone on the spot today, but this is where I'm coming from is we'll be dealing with specifics because that is what auditors do. That's what bookkeepers do. That's what accountants do. And that is what citizens are entitled to know about our money that is in your custody. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Is it all right if I read Article 10 in, because we seem to be having more broad conversations, and if select board doesn't want me to do that, I will not.
I just want to clarify that we did not bring in outside consultants for the purpose of looking at our monies. We have an auditor that does an annual audit for us, and we asked for essentially their opinion, but their opinion, as Mr. Fairman made clear, is based on numbers. So again, I just want to say we're not thinking about this in a vacuum, and we didn't disagree. We took the information that was gathered about the Ethan Allen Institute into consideration and discussed that, in fact, I believe, with our auditor, and had conversations about that. But we weren't going and finding other people to change any numbers, because we didn't change any numbers. So I want to be 100% clear about that. Mr. Fairman, I'll call you out on a misstatement because you do it to others. So, and in the friendliest and all due respect, there was nobody brought in to make the numbers look different.
That's perfectly.
David Babbitt is trying to speak.
I think you said we didn't like the numbers, and so we disregarded that. That is not an accurate statement.
Okay, is it all right if I move on to Article 10? Yeah.
I have been misquoted.
Okay, I apologize if I misquoted you, but it sounded to me like we were being portrayed as doing something we definitely did not do. So I either misheard or something, but I don't.
I wish to speak. The host keeps muting me.
Okay, Howard, I'll let you speak again, and then I'm going to read Article 10 in.
Thank you. It appears that we have misunderstood each other. I can state facts. It was proposed that we use the Ethan Allen Institute's measures of town's financial conditions, of a town's financial condition. I worked those numbers and provided the results in public. 2 former town managers of the town of Putney were brought in to work with our current town manager to rework the numbers to get what they felt were the correct numbers. Now, this, of course, raises an interesting question about if one standard gives as many results as people apply the standard, there's something unclear there. I did not wish to say that anything nefarious was done. I simply wished to state a fact, which is 2 former town managers were brought in to work the numbers with our current town manager because you thought it was really important to get results that you thought were correct. On the other hand,
Howard, do you mind if I interrupt? I'm really very concerned that we don't start adjudicating the past. This is a meeting in which we're thinking about the future. Well, how are voters best going to make a decision about very specific articles? So I would ask that we not bring in information that is beyond our warned articles. And I understand that many people are feeling that they have been misquoted or misunderstood. I guess I would ask at this point that we start to focus again on the next action for all of us, which is how can we make the best decisions on voting day? So I want to now push on to Article 10, and that's because I'm not seeing any other hands up at this point.
Meg, could I say something?
Sure, as long as you're not adjudicating the past and you're moving towards the future, I'm fine.
Numbers and specifics are what drive the feelings, not the other way around. That's it.
Okay, so I am now going to move because I think, am I right? I'm that we still have not brought the Highway Capital Reserve Fund. That's a very specific issue. So I want to read that one in and see if we can get some ideas on what's behind that specific article. Article 10. Shall the voters of the town of Putney transfer $92,350 of fiscal year 2020 to 2021 highway surplus funds to the Highway Capital Reserve Fund? And somebody on the select board, I understand maybe, is it David Babbitt? Do you wish to address Article 10?
I could. This fund was started last year with an initial deposit of $5,000. And this is the next installment, working towards having this Highway Capital Reserve Fund to replace borrowing money as a way of getting equipment. And Karen can speak about it better than I can.
Yeah. So also with this $92,350, The 145,000, which is in the budget for the capital reserve, will cover the purchase of the next article.
Does anybody have any questions or comments specifically about transfer of $92,350 to the Highway Capital Reserve Fund? Yes, Janice. And you'll need to unmute yourself.
Okay. What happens to that surplus money if it isn't transferred?
It remains as surplus, which in the case of that's highway fund money
Yes.
already, right?
Right,
Yes.
right.
So in the case of the highway fund, that money remains as surplus, which acts as a buffer for us if we need it. Highway funds are restricted to being spent only on highway expenses. So it essentially just remains within the highway department budget as available monies for highway purposes.
So a follow-up to that question.
Sure.
Since there is such a steep increase in the highway budget, do you ever consider using some of those funds to, support the budget for the coming year? I mean, I think the highway budget's up 17%.
We did last year.
Uh-huh.
The highway budget did use $25,000 for surplus. And there was another year since I've been here, and I can't recall it. And it might have been in the general fund that surplus money was used to offset what needed to be raised, Janice. So we do consider that.
$25,000 of money from the highway fund recently was
Last year. Yeah,
was
yeah.
used to offset some stuff too. And also that 92,350 leaves enough reserve in the highway fund to operate if we have another storm that would
Right.
offset some of the expenses that we had to borrow the $500,000 for.
That is
So that's an important thing,
Yeah.
especially in the highway fund.
The other point that I want to make is come June 30th, we won't know how much surplus that might be in that highway department. I can't predict that. Brian's been very conservative. Brian Harlow's road superintendent has been very conservative every year with his budget. And he always shows a surplus, which to me, that's a good department head. He's a business person. He runs it as a business. And that's what we have to be thinking about. Town government is a business. And,
I think also, Janice, this may be clear, but that surplus money remains available to us. It also fits into the category that we were referring to earlier of being related to solvency. So when it comes to the auditor's recommendations on amounts of money that are put in reserve, essentially what they do based on whatever metrics they use as auditors is they make a recommendation on what percentage of the budget we have available to us as surplus in case, and in that case, I believe their recommendation is that we had sufficient funding to run for 90 days.
90 days.
In the
yes.
absence of any additional income coming in. So that's what that surplus, it serves a purpose in being there as surplus.
Did you
Yeah, I
have a
haven't
follow-up,
really-
Janice?
Guys,
Yeah.
I really haven't studied the highway budget, but just hearing you speak about the enormous amount of additional unexpected expenses we had last year, I kind of trying to reconcile that with having such a substantial surplus. Can somebody help me understand that? Are these two different buckets we're talking about, or?
It's accumulated over the years. Yeah, no, and with the money that was expended last year, our surplus, in fact, was able to float that money for a
Right.
period of time. which is exactly the intent of it, is so that we have that buffer. It's sort of like having a personal savings account, so that if you have, for whatever reason, lack of income for a period of time, you can have money available to you. But the way it works in this instance is that our expenditures during that time were largely paid with the addition of with money from a line of credit.
Yes.
We're hopeful, as Karen was saying earlier, that all that money will be reimbursed, or not all of it, but the vast majority. It's 70. FEMA will reimburse up to 75%, and then we also have additional funding through the state, which would contribute an additional 17%. So 92.5%
Yes.
of that money will be reimbursed, but having that money in hand in the moment prevents us from having to go out and borrow money in order to do that in the moment. So it's just a matter of having, again, sort of the savings account there.
Great, thank you. Alan Blood has his hand up.
I'm still a little confused about the difference between the surpluses and the capital reserve fund. It sounds like both of them can be used in the future for highway expenses. Perhaps the capital reserve fund is primarily for planned expenses, and the surplus fund is used for unplanned expenses. It's not clear to me what the advantages are for moving the money rather than keeping it where it is. So both ways are available for the highway department.
You got the definition of what the money can be used for. One's a surplus from the budget from the year
So-
before, and the second is money from that we put to specific use
for capital
expenses.
Right.
Can somebody summarize what that exchange on the select board?
You want me to go ahead? All right. So basically, surplus, Alan, is money that's left over after a fiscal year in a budget, okay? And it's been sitting, like, just sitting in that surplus. And in March, we created the capital reserve fund, where we could start taking that surplus and putting it into the reserve fund in order to purchase equipment without borrowing. If we have emergencies, for roads or bridges or sidewalks. So basically it's in that reserve, and it can be used specifically for highway. But it's not like if we left it in the budget as surplus, and let's just say, something happens, it's all spent, it doesn't come back. So we're shifting money all the time. Well, I shouldn't say all the time, but every year I look at the surplus, and with Brian's, directive and comments, we try to figure out the best place for that money without spending it, without thinking of it. I don't worry about it with the highway department. It's general fund that I worry more about.
But it has to do, once it goes into the capital reserve fund, we couldn't actually access it immediately if we had an emergency. So it's good to have a balance between the two. We need to be saving towards equipment.
We're the breaking up from the select board. Seem to be having.
Can I ask that question again in a slightly different way? It sounds to me like the capital reserve fund can't be used to go out and plow or sand or grade. But the surplus could be used to buy a truck. Is that right?
Yes.
So the capital reserve fund is more restricted than the surplus. Is that right?
Yes. And if you follow along in the articles, you'll see that Article 11 is doing just that.
Oh, that sounds like a good segue to Article 11. Alan, is that all right if I move to Article 11? It may further illuminate this question. Article 11, shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize the select board to purchase a new highway truck at a cost not to exceed $175,000 to be paid from the Highway Capital Reserve Fund. This Article 11 shall have no effect unless the voters approve Article 9 and Article 10 above. So thank you, Eileen, for alerting us to the fact that some of these articles are locked in together. And I know that we were hoping Brian Harlow might speak to this. Karen, do you want to weigh in on Article 11?
Sure. I mean, so pretty much every 5 years we've been financing highway equipment, and the highway equipment we keep for 10 years. So we're on a rotation. I forget how many trucks we have, but anyways, we're due for another truck in fiscal 23. And so Brian goes looking and he gets like, you know, halfway decent price. So not to exceed 175,000. Usually when he purchases a vehicle, it's less than that because of the trade-in. So this number is a little bit high, but you know, it gives him a little bit of wiggle room. So in case, you know, he has add-ons like the dump body. But this is an I think it's skip number 5. It's an older truck. And let me look in my long-term debt on 48.
And one of the reasons that we're requesting this is exactly this issue that we've been talking about, moving away from borrowing money.
Right.
So we are expending or asking the voters to approve us expending a significant chunk of money all at once from that capital reserve fund. The value to us in doing that is that we then don't have to borrow money, which we could pay back slower. So it would be less of a chunk right now.
Right.
But
right.
we would then be paying interest on it. I mean, the overall goal is to get it to a point where we can purchase those trucks as we need them with money from the capital reserve so that we're not borrowing. And as we talked about earlier, that interest on debt service ends up being the better part of $60,000 a year. So the more we decrease that, the less we're spending on something that offers us no value in return.
And it's exponential as each truck that we buy drops off of the borrowing, that interest exponentially gets, that savings goes up and up and up and up. And we're asking to use that cash all at once instead of paying a fifth of it for 5 years.
And in fact, I think it's important, referring back to our slightly earlier conversation about the desire and the financial stability related to purchase of a fire truck, the less debt we have, the better off we are in our ability to feel financially confident that we aren't overextending ourselves. And feeling financially confident means that the numbers are telling us that. Sorry, wrong term.
And we feel that way because of very specific numbers. Okay.
But you know, when we keep adding to our overall debt, we lessen our position of solvency. Right. We're a municipality, we're a good risk for lenders, so they're likely to lend us anyway. But the main reason we're really making this push now, or have been working in this direction, is because, as we're all aware, and we seem to have come close to this moment, when interest rates are really going to start to jump. And then, you know, if we've been paying, you know, mostly when we've been borrowing for trucks, I think less than 2% on loans, which is exceptionally low interest rates. If that were to go to 8%, that 57,000 that we're spending would go to, you know, whatever it might be, 200,000. Right? Yeah. So, you know, we're trying to do this proactively so we don't have bigger debt service.
But there's another piece of it too, and that is that we're trying to lessen the burden on the taxpayer. Right? We're trying to do this in a way so that even though we're a municipality and we fall under different rules than a private business, we don't want to levy more taxes. We would like to be more solvent just because we're more financially efficient that way, and that makes it better for everybody.
And then so just to connect the two dots between surplus, And this capital reserve fund, Article 10 is asking to transfer $92,350 of the surplus. The rest is going to be raised by taxes. So we're trying to balance those two things out.
Mhm.
Right. And
Thank
can I
you.
make a comment?
Yeah, sure. Karen, go ahead.
So the long-term debt on page 48, it doesn't give you the whole picture. And I think next year I'm going to change that. But in the highway department right now, we have 2 trucks. And the last payment will be done in 26, okay? Brian has gotten himself to a point where right now is a perfect storm to transition from borrowing to buying with surplus money, capital reserve money. And that is going to help in the future with financial stability.
And decreasing taxes as
Right.
Yeah. So can I just ask a question, since we've been concerned about language? Karen, are you saying a perfect storm is a good thing? Okay, good. Excellent. I just want to make sure everybody knows that when Karen says it's a perfect storm, it's like, good. Thank you.
And
It's a good place to be right now.
I be clear, I just said in reducing taxes or lessening taxes, that I don't want to be deceptive in saying that. It's more about reducing the increase in taxes,
Right.
because it is all but impossible to actually reduce taxes. Every year things get more expensive, and that's the nature of the beast.
So I'd like to open it up to the people who've gathered here about any questions specifically about Article 11. So please use the raised hand function. I do have a hand up, and Howard Fairman. Yes, what would you like to say about Article 11?
You have to unmute, Howard. Yeah.
I unmuted and then the host unmuted me, which caused me to be muted again. So it appears to be what we software engineers call a toggle. You know, it's on or off, but you flip it from one to the other. Anyway, 2 points. First one is a member of our select board has twice said, and I quote, "We feel that way because of numbers," to which I point out, whatever those numbers are, our select board and town manager have not told us specifically what those numbers are, but that's okay because we'll be ascertaining that as I move forward with this project I've announced today. The other thing that I thought might be interesting is we're talking about reserve funds. Here's the statute on reserve funds. It's very brief, so I'll simply read it out. This is 24 VSA section 2804. At an annual or special meeting duly warned, a municipality may establish a reserve fund to be under the control and direction of the legislative branch of the municipality. The reserve fund shall be kept in a separate account and invested as are other public funds, and may be expended for such purposes for which established, or when authorized by a majority of the voters present and voting at an annual or special meeting duly warned, for other purposes. So it is what in financial parlance is called a restricted fund. First, you can only establish it if voters say so. And second, you can spend from it only for the purpose stated or any other purpose that the voters authorize. And this is why it is completely different from a surplus. Now, the law is unclear. I've had legal advice from the highest level on this. The law is unclear about surpluses, except that there is no question that the general fund surplus cannot be applied to the highway fund or vice versa, because the voters did not appropriate the money for that specific purpose. Beyond that, the question of carrying over a surplus is somewhat vague, but the general idea is it should be the voters who decide. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Howard, and for giving us the language from the statute. Vanessa, am I correct? That's who Cell DeV is?
Correct.
Thank you. You may speak.
So I'm wondering, with this new truck purchase, how does that fit in with the state aims to get government fleets electric or at least hybrid, and our own climate and energy declarations and mandates in town. Will this truck be electric? Will it at least be hybrid?
Great question. I'm just curious because Robin has his hand up. Did you want to answer Vanessa's question as part of the Energy Committee, or shall I turn it to the Select Board?
I can answer the question if you'd like.
Sure, and then I'll turn it over to the Select Board after. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting messages from the from your host as well. So there is no current obligation on as I understand it, on the part of the town of Putney to look at a vehicle with alternative fuel, alternately powered vehicle. I think it's the general consensus of the town that we do that. One of the things that the Energy Committee has been working on is an update of their section of the town plan, which would make that a required part of the process. And just to add a couple side notes that maybe clarify where the town is on this, I've had a number of conversations with Karen going back and forth on how to fund grant applications for this in particular, because at least initially it would almost be a necessity to get some sort of outside funding in assistance to what the town is providing in order to pay for something like this. And I noticed that she specifically mentioned when she talked about adding a position for somebody to apply for grants, this sort of thing. So Karen is thinking ahead on this subject and trying to figure out a way where we can get from what everybody in the town wants to actually making it happen. And I wish to compliment her on that. And if hopefully I've answered the question sufficiently. If I could just make my own comment.
Yes, absolutely.
Which was to compliment Karen and the Select Board on having reached a point in a fairly brief span of time, only 5 or half a dozen years, I believe, having attended a fair number of Select Board meetings and other meetings, as well as town meetings, that we've gone from a place where all major equipment purchases had to be financed through bond to a place where we have the option of funding at least a major portion of them through reserve funds, which they have built up in that span of time. Unless I misread these articles and am at risk of misquoting something that somebody said earlier, we have the possibility of, if all of these articles are approved, of paying for this truck entirely out of reserve funds. So again, I just want to underline my compliments to the Select Board. We've gone from a position where they were thinking ahead during an environment where money was cheap, interest rates were at rock bottom. Now that's no longer the case. And hey presto, we've got the money to pay for this without having to take out a loan. I wish to applaud them for their foresight and their efforts, and congratulate them on having reached this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Robin. And I just want to underscore what Robin said in terms of seeing Articles 10, 11, and 12 as connected together. And should they all pass, that's what he foresees. Vanessa, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Vanessa, I don't know whether you're wanting, I don't think you actually got an answer to your question necessarily. And I want to answer that first, and then maybe this will do, but we have not, in this purchase of this truck, explored. We can ask Brian to do that on we've been having that conversation. To the best of my knowledge, there is no such thing as a truck of this scale that really has an alternative source of fuel at this point. They just aren't making them quite yet. Doug Brandt brought this up a few years ago at town meeting, and we would love to be headed that direction, and we do think about it, but the technology is not available to us yet. Or in the case of we did look into that. In the Los Angeles had just purchased their first electric fire truck when we were having the discussion about the fire truck we were looking at purchasing. It was roughly double the money. So to Robin's point of needing grant money to think about that, but I'm not aware of municipal trucks that are available that can do that at this stage.
Vanessa, I see your hand is still up. Do you want to raise up a second question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you, Robin, for clarifying, and Josh as well. And I also want to second what Robin said and thank and congratulate Karen and you guys for taking good care of our funds and thinking ahead. So I guess my follow-up question is, how desperate is this current need for the highway truck? And if it isn't an immediate need, what about waiting until we have a grant writer and can get funds to pay for a hybrid or electric truck, even if that means that it's diesel and we're running it on biodiesel?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
So because I'm in contact with Brian, this truck will need to be replaced right off, but I think it might be the second year as we move out of borrowing, there will be a year where we don't have to purchase a vehicle, Vanessa. And that may happen more than once. So that is the opportunity to get the data and research what it would cost. Now, I did have a conversation with Craig Allen. He's with Patriot up in Westminster. And hybrid trucks for Vermont, we're not ready for that right now, and they're very expensive. There's a lot of, like any new, vehicle, there's a lot of bugs. Batteries are expensive. The other thing this community needs to think about is, if we are talking about transitioning to hybrid, you need to be looking at the town garage that can support, charging those vehicles, and how many extra vehicles are we going to need? How long is that truck going to be able to run? If the highway crew is out all night long, do they need an extra 1 or 2 trucks? We need data, we need cost, and we need to be looking at the whole picture. And, I'm not against, hybrid at all. I mean, I'm even looking to trade my car, and I'm looking at electric. But, there's some cons about doing that, and a lot of it has to do with cost. So
there's always inherent risks in buying anything that's a new piece of technology, like you were talking about. I see it all the time when a car maker changes a series of vehicle, makes upgrades. The first couple of years, there's always stuff to work out. I think it's good to be cautious about that. And I also like to make the comment that when I first came on the board, being a mechanic, that's my profession, I wanted to milk every mile out of every truck we had over there. And it's not an apples to apples comparison. They were out how many hours last night? They needed every one of those trucks to work all of those hours, no matter what. And the program for replacement is every 10 years.
Yes.
And the kind of work that they do it's not fair to compare that to a personal vehicle. They need to be able to get in it and have it work.
Right.
Maybe you can squeak an extra year out of it if it's had light duty or been, treated really well, and is that worth looking at? Of course, that's worth looking at. I'm sure Brian has. If he says it needs to be replaced, I'd say it needs to be replaced. But
and we go through this discussion pretty regularly for all the right reasons. But we had a recent experience with the loader that we replaced last year. We looked at exactly this. And, you know, these vehicles, you can predict their lifetimes pretty accurately. And you can predict the spike in costs related to their maintenance pretty accurately at a certain age. So that's what that 10-year mark is based on. I do want to just make sure that everybody, I'm certainly clear in my mind, and I think everybody here, we definitely will continue to pay attention to alternative vehicles that are becoming available. But again, I think that is not quite a reality for us, but hopefully maybe in the next round of starting to purchase trucks, it'll be more of a reality, because it looks like the technology really is coming along pretty quickly, but it's not quite there. So
I do have 3 hands up right now. 2 of the people have already spoken once. So I'm going to go to Alan Blood.
Excuse me. I understand that you're saying that these highway trucks, which I assume means a big dump truck, are not available in either hybrid or electric at this point. I think Vanessa's comment about biodiesel is, I assume that it is possible to run these trucks on biodiesel, and that my understanding is that that's not a perfect solution to the environment, but it is significantly better than standard diesel. And I'm hoping that if we haven't looked into running some of our trucks on biodiesel, that we will look into that soon. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Alan. Howard, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. First, I compliment everyone on an excellent analysis of the pros and cons of electric and hybrid versus internal combustion. However, while the discussion was ongoing, I researched it, and there currently are no highway dump trucks with either electric or hybrid power. They exist, but they are mining trucks. And having worked in a mine, I can tell you that they're the kind of trucks that are so high that you can drive an ordinary vehicle straight under them and not hit anything. In other words, one of them, for example, carries 110 tons. So at present, everyone is correct that there is no such truck that we can get. As far as biodiesel is concerned, we probably would defer to Mr. Babbitt on this regard, but my understanding is that because I've seen vehicles running on biodiesel, that the engine can either can right now or be tuned to run on biodiesel. So that may be our alternative for now, because there is no question. I researched it thoroughly. There ain't no such electric or hybrid dump truck.
Thank you, Howard. I'm going to move to Doug Grant because he hasn't spoken yet on this issue.
So very quickly, because I have a Zoom starting in 9 minutes with an international group on refreezing the Arctic, just as a plug. My suggestion several years ago, whenever that was, 2015, 16, something like that, was to put the EV as an option within the bid for a regular truck, fire truck, dump truck, whatever, but to put it in the bid in order to collect information over time and to send a message to the manufacturer that's something that we want. Recognizing they don't have it, but we need to send a message. That's the only thing I'm going to say. I've got to get off and save the Arctic now. Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. Thanks, Vanessa. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Doug.
I just want to say that Robin mentioned that part of the new energy plan has as part of its recommendation exactly that. So we are moving in that direction as far as the town plan is concerned anyway, whether we've actually implemented that or not.
Great, thank you, Eileen. Vanessa, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. And last time I promised. So I started a gas station about 12 years ago, public access, a couple of pumps that was biodiesel and all locally sourced. One of the things, kind of extra bonus, is that it collects the used cooking oils from all the local restaurants, which keeps those oils out of the sewer systems, which in turn, was saving towns a significant amount of money on upkeep and maintenance of the sewer and waterways. It just to throw it out there that at least, if we're looking at a new truck, to be looking at diesel, and with diesel, the possibility of running them on not just biodiesel, which in and of itself, as somebody mentioned, is not a spectacular climate solution, but when it's used cooking oils collected locally, becomes a really nice closed loop system, and is at some point becomes free fuel, community created free fuel. So
great. Thank you very much. Excellent. I don't see any other hands up, so I'm thinking I will move to Article 12. I'm developing very bad habits. This is the second time in the year that I haven't needed Robert's rules. I don't know if we go back to town meeting, people are going to have to be very patient with me to remind me step by step. Article 12, shall the voters of the town of Putney appropriate a sum not to exceed $75,000 to be paid from the Capital Reserve Fund for the Putney Fire Department to purchase new radio equipment. This Article 12 shall have no effect unless an assistance to firefighters grant in the amount of $300,000 is awarded to the town. So this article is dependent on an action that voters are not voting on. It is dependent on the town receiving a grant. Who would like to speak to this? Is Karen, did you want to speak to this?
No, I'm gonna have Tom Goddard.
Chief Goddard's here with us.
Excellent.
Tom? Maybe he's.
Hi there.
Hi, Tom.
How are you?
Good. Thank you for
Good.
joining us.
Absolutely. So this is a request based upon opportunity. As with a number of our what are truly high dollar items here at the firehouse, our radio equipment certainly fits into that category, and we've started to realize some issues. Our current inventory of radio communications equipment is outdated, borderline in today's world antiquated. We now have some significant limitations with our radios, even though 10, 12, 15 years ago, as we started to bring in new radio equipment and implement it, at that time was state of the art. Now, because the industry changes, no longer is it really state of the art. So in order to bring ourselves back into compliance again, we are anticipating the opportunity for a federal grant to come back into play for us. We're anticipating mid fiscal year. So that's why we're looking for this article to be approved, which will cover the 25% required match for the grant when we do apply for it. Now, just so everybody knows, for full disclosure purposes, along with that or within this, sometime this next week, midweek probably, we'll be finished with a grant application for a totally separate state grant that is 100% funded, so which requires no match. So for the same exact equipment. So that we're almost finished with. That'll be submitted this next week. We'll have to wait until the September, October timeframe to find out if we've been awarded that grant. If we have, then that will make all of this completely mute. If we're not awarded that grant, then our intention would be to follow through with the federal grant when that becomes available to us.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Does anybody have any questions or comments, concerns about Article 12?
I just want to comment that certainly and I think most of the select board was pretty stunned when we heard Tom talking about the reality of these numbers. I mean, just the fact that we would need to, much less want to spend $375,000 on radios is pretty stunning. But Tom, you told us when we talked about it before, I think these radios come in somewhere in the range of $8,000 a piece. Is that what I'm remembering?
Yes, the mobiles come in at around, now this is a face value. These aren't the bid pricing that we're hopefully going to be looking at, but typical list price on a new mobile is around 8,000. Portables now are about between 5,000 and 6,000. And
So,
again, it's all because of technology. What these radios will do now, aside from just giving us frequency options, everything else they're capable of doing in order to be compliant with NFPA regulations, and so on and so forth. Obviously that technology comes with a pretty significant price tag, just like everything else we've got.
Great. Are there any other questions? I see Howard has his hand up. Howard Fairman.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for Chief Goddard. The first one is, given that these would be brand new radios, are they digital?
Yes, they are digital compliant.
Mm-hmm. Okay. My other question, I need to set the scene a little bit. Living here on the state line, some of us are aware of emergency situations that have happened over the years where various agents.
Howard, you cut out.
Or did we cut out?
No, we're good.
We're good?
Can
still
you hear us, Meg?
I can hear you. I can't hear Howard.
Okay.
Howard, we lost you. I'm gonna take just a guess at what Howard might have been asking about, which is what's the value of these radios in that state line situation? Exactly. Are we going through repeaters? I mean, I know that dispatch is based in New Hampshire anyway, but are we going through repeaters that are going to confuse locations, Tom?
Well, there's in the big scheme of things, that being interoperability across not only multi-agency but multi-disciplines, i.e. law enforcement, fire, EMS, state-oriented services from both Vermont and New Hampshire. And now in today's world of planning and pre-planning, we're also looking at the ability to communicate with state assets out of Mass. So in the big picture of interoperability, that's where the new age radios truly come into play. They are, like I answered Howard's question earlier, they are digital compatible, they are P25 compatible. And that may not mean much to most folks, but to kind of put things into perspective, because of the digital radio service age now, and the fact that some agencies have transitioned to digital, and others will be soon, and there will be others that will be transitioning over the next several years. We've lost the ability to communicate by radio with two agencies because they've gone digital. We don't have that capability. A third agency is sometime within this year will be transitioning to digital, and we'll lose without being able to replace our equipment, we'll lose the ability for radio communications with them. So we're addressing many different things in replacing this equipment. And the one big thing that kind of is hidden and isn't really talked about is, as we upgrade our equipment, i.e. when we upgraded, purchased new air packs and upgraded our air packs, each time we make these significant upgrades, even though each one is a significant investment, and we'll take advantage of grants at every opportunity. But as we make these upgrades, each and every one of them individually and collectively keep us eligible for additional grant funding, because as in the world of the grants that we're used to, as things change, the dynamic and the requirements of the grants change. So in order to even be eligible to apply for a grant, you have to meet some certain criteria ahead of that. Fortunately, we've been able to do that. And this will just be one more case where, as we move forward over the next few years, when we apply for another grant, we'll be able to check that box that says, yes, our interoperability meets the standards.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Any other questions or comments? I don't see any hands up at the moment, and I fear that we've lost Howard. Yep, I don't see him. So I'm going to, unless anybody wants to stay on this Article 12, I'm going to move to Article 13. And thank you, Tom, for jumping into this call to answer our questions.
You're very welcome, and thank you.
Okay. So Article 13 is, shall the voters of the town of Putney exempt the East Putney Community Club, Pierce's Hall, from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land located on East Putney Falls Road, Lot 08-02-15, for a period of 5 years, beginning April 1st, 2022, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 38327. Select Board, somebody want to speak to this?
I don't know a whole lot about this.
So
Somebody else is going to speak to this?
No.
Okay.
So you might be able to speak to it because you're.
Hello, this is Ann Carey on the phone. I don't know how to put up my hand.
Hi, Ann.
Hi.
You're going to speak to the Pierce's Hall question, Ann?
Yes, if you would like to start, that would be fine.
Okay, let me just do 30 seconds on it. This is something we do for this particular property. We do every 5 years. There are a number of different properties in town that by statute have to request to be tax exempt versus some that are exempt by statute. So when that's the case, they are on a timeline. So this comes up in this case every 5 years for renewal of whether we as a town and the voters would choose to exempt it from property taxes. Pierce's Hall has been certainly exempt in all of my memory. I don't know how far back this goes, but many people may know that Pierce's Hall acts as a gathering place for the East Putney community, as well as the greater community. I know they typically sponsor square dancing and other activities on a somewhat regular basis. I'm sure the last couple of years have put a bit of a damper on that, but from my perspective, it's a good and important town resource for the community.
Who owns it?
I think there's David asked who owns it. I believe there's a Pierce's Hall or something.
The East Putney Community Club.
There you go.
Owns it since 1950.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have more to add to that, Ann?
Well, basically, yeah, the hall itself is a historic building, built as a Methodist meeting house in 1832. And 10 years after that, it was sold to Leroy Pierce, who used it as to store corn. But when the corn wasn't there, there were community activities held in the hall. So since 1865, so the activities in the hall are both very historic. We've done one historic renovation back 10 years ago. And since, as everybody knows, the East Putney Community Club is also historic. It was created in 1920, and it just occurred to me that we celebrated our 100th anniversary when we were locked down for the pandemic. So that was no fun. We lost a lot of money that year just in keeping the building insured and maintained and operated. And luckily, one of our most active board members, Irene Canaris, went ahead and put in an application. So we now have to the IRS, so we now have our own 501c3 status. We used to work jointly with the Putney Historical Society for big donations, and now we're independent and on our own. And we did open up briefly and had a contra dance in mid 2021 and some private hall rentals. And then we had to shut down again. But in addition to the 501c3 status, we went ahead and tried to figure out what we want to restore the windows. So when we do reopen for indoor activities, we have really good ventilation. The hall is a beautiful one-room, large hardwood floor area with 12 windows. And we want to get all those windows restored. We have a bid in that we can afford. We've raised almost $9,000 to get going with that work. So we're active, but the activities at the hall are limited at this point in time. We're hoping this spring to get up and running again.
Thank you, Anne, for filling us in on so much about the Pierce Hall history and the clubs that are associated with it. Does anybody have any other questions about Article 13? If you can't use the raise hand function, feel free to unmute yourself. All right, I think we can move on then to Article 14. Shall the voters of the town of Putney rescind Article 7, approved at town meeting on March 4th, 2014, which authorized tax exemption of alternative energy sources? Article 7 read as follows: to see if the town will vote to exempt from property tax assessment alternative energy sources allowed under 32 VSA Section 3845. I'm going to turn first to the select board and then to members of the Energy Committee. So select board, do you want to explain why this article is on?
I see
warning.
Robin's hand up, and Robin may actually be better versed in this than I would be or we would be. Eileen probably is up to date on it, but essentially in 2014, we voted to exempt. This is because statutorily all systems under 50 kilowatts are exempt from taxation anyway. This is really only the bigger systems in town. And so, for example, the one on Route 5 up by Red House, something of that scale would fit into this category. I think the reason it's on, part of the reason it's on the warrant this year as an article is the fact that we've had a couple new bigger systems go in. One definitely went in on River Road at the corner of Hilo Biddy, and there's another one going further down on River Road. But so the question was whether we want to tax those. But I know the Energy Committee, and I'm guessing this is what Robin has his hand up for, has been discussing this and has an opinion.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it to Robin then first.
Thank you. Yeah, I am sorry to have to say, as a member of a committee reporting to the town, that we do not support this article, and we recommend that citizens vote against it. We are not without qualification against the idea of adding this revenue to the town. And at the risk of repeating what I said earlier, my compliments to the town for their fiscal management, which has really minimized how much the budget has gone up this year. They started with a much higher number than what they're quoting us in terms of how much it's gonna go up, and they worked long and hard to limit it. We know they need the money. That said, we would like to refine this article. Passing it as written would include, among other things, community solar projects, like Putney Sun Farm, which is up behind Basketville, the one that Josh mentioned, which is opposite the Red House, and several others. We think it would be more appropriate to distinguish those from the big commercial arrays that are over 3 times their size, like the several that are on River Road, and bring this back to the voters after we've had a chance to refine it. So we're hoping that townspeople will vote no on this as written, and then we'll hopefully get something back. I believe that there will be a ballot in November, and we can try and get it on the warrant for that, and as opposed to having to wait until the next town meeting. And just to remind folks, at last town meeting, there was a vote on a referendum requesting that the town do everything possible to mitigate climate change. This is one way that local people have been trying to do that, and we would like to specifically support the local efforts that have gone into trying to move Putney towards solar and respect the wishes of the town as given in that referendum. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Robin. Louise Garfield, yeah.
Robin mentioned the community solar farm called Sun Farm. He put it in the wrong place, but just to clarify, it's up behind Santa's land, not behind Basketville. And it is in an unusual position. I, along with about 45 other community owners who've owned it for about 7 years, were faced with a parent company going bankrupt in November, leaving us to figure our way how to go forward. And we formed an LLC, and we're going to go forward one way or the other. That part's a long story. But at this point, we've been told by the lister's office that the tax on this solar farm would be between $1,100 and $1,200 a year, and that actually there's only 3 or 4 of these. Ours is closer to 150 kilowatt hours, and it's so it would be partially taxed, partially free of tax. But just seeing who we are, and the fact that only if this article passed, no more than $5,000 would come into the town coffers, which is minimal. So we're not talking about a big windfall by adding back in this tax. And the other point is that the state of Vermont does tax solar farms of this size. So there is already we already are facing one tax we'd rather not face 2, and we've worked with the Energy Committee and started brainstorming. I'm curious about who owns and how they could be taxed, these larger solar farms like the one on River Road. So there's some homework, but at this point, like Robin, I'm voting no, and encourage others that follow this reasoning to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Marnie Rossner.
Can we clarify one thing first?
Sure, go ahead, Josh.
The total quoted income as a result of taxing those would be about $11,000, Karen, is that right? Yes. So I think Louise is correct in saying that it wouldn't be a huge windfall. It's more than 5,000, but it's not 105,000. Right. So, but I also think it's important, for people supporting community and or small businesses in town. For example, Green Mountain Orchards has a system that would be subject to this. We want to support the community solar, et cetera, if people are functioning as a utility per se, then that's where I think
Absolutely.
the Energy Committee
Absolutely.
is saying that should be taxable. But as Robin clarified, we're not quite at a point where we've teased that out. So I don't think we want to sort of make a blanket change. We didn't put this on with a recommendation to do it or not. We put it on because we wanted to know whether the taxpayers
there's
thought
any
so.
interest.
Community solar like that, that's owned by many people, is just one tax bill. It's just an entity because it's on one piece of property.
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
just want to understand that. Yeah.
So I do have a couple hands. Should we take some more comments and questions and then hear what Select Board or Karen has to say? Is that okay?
Yeah, can I make a comment?
Sure. Okay, and then I'll go to Marnie.
Okay, so I just want to let people know too, with property tax exemptions, solar right now, $613,700 is exempt from taxation. On page 52, the grand list shows you exemptions. And this is, current use, this can be veterans, it can be schools, and other voted on property tax exemptions. So $17,232,067 is exempt, which means that, the people that are paying have to make up that difference. Now, that's not like 100% exempt. There's different formulas for different, like current use has a formula. The private schools, they may not be paying a municipal tax, but they have to pay the education tax. But I'm diving into this and looking at it as well, especially with property tax exemptions, because on the flip side, we have to make that up somewhere else. So this is part of the whole picture, and it's very complicated, and I'm not going to go into the weeds because we'll be here all night, but it's something else that I'm looking at. And I respect the Energy Committee and anyone else out there that is thinking about climate change. And I appreciate, their comments, and, I am listening, and I'm trying to figure out a way how we can do this together.
Sure. I just also want to say that, many of these, current use included, are people are entitled to statutorily. We don't have an option to change that. That's
Right,
true
right.
with educational institutions in town. Some of their values are statutorily exempt. So
Right.
those are not options for us to look at. So it's mixed, and many of these are also, well, there's voted exemptions, which are ones like we just talked about with Pierce's Hall, but also, for example, the veterans exemption is something that we as a town voted on to do a number of years ago. And so, we could, if we wanted to, and I certainly wouldn't be in favor of it, but we could, revote that to overturn if we chose to. Many of these provide different types of value to the town in ways that are hard to recognize all the time.
Is it okay if I go back to getting some more questions and comments?
Yeah.
Marnie, thank you. Marnie Roster, or no, are you able to unmute yourself, Marnie?
I had unmuted myself and then it got, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I also urge people to vote no on this. We've talked a lot about the impact of the severe weather incidences we've had in Putney as a result of climate change and the cost to the town. And as well, we look around us and we see what's happening to our farms, our maple syrup industry, our ski industry. And Vermont has pledged to try and reduce fossil fuel dependency. And the only way that we really can do this is to increase solar. And I understand that the town is looking for more revenue. But I don't quite understand how we are going to move forward dealing with climate change and tax solar. And the community solars are the only way that renters who do not have a roof to put a panel on, or do not have their, a southern facing their own land on which to put in a small array. The community solar is the only way that renters in Putney can participate in reducing the fossil fuel dependency. And it also allows people, community solar allows people to to invest in this, and then when they downsize and move, they still are using solar. It's not fixed to a location. So if they move from a home that they owned to they start renting an apartment, they are still able to use the community solar. And so this is why I think community solar should be encouraged. And that's really all I can say, that taxing community solar would actually probably put it out of existence. So that's just my why I want people, I think people should vote no on this.
Thank you, Marnie. Howard, I see your hand up.
Thank you. By the way, I disappeared earlier because I had an internet failure here. So obviously that's fixed now. And it wasn't a power failure. So off we go.
Good. We're glad to see you back because you disappeared for a while.
Yeah. Couldn't connect. I had to figure out what was going on and get it fixed. So 2 points here. The first one is a speaker earlier mentioned, if I understood correctly, to putting this article or a similar article on the November 2022 ballot. This would not be possible because that is a state of Vermont ballot, while ours are town meeting ballots. It would be possible to petition a special town meeting where that ballot could, where the voting could happen on the same day, but that is how it would have to be done. Now, unfortunately, when I looked at this article originally, I thought, I don't think I understand this. So I'm afraid I have some bad news, but I'm going to start by the article says, to see if the town will vote to exempt from property tax assessment alternative energy sources allowed under 32 VSA section 3845. There appears to be a drafting error in the article because this is what 32 VSA section 3845 says. As used in this section, renewable energy shall have the same meaning as in 30 VSA section 8002 for energy used on the premises for private, domestic, or agricultural purposes, no part of which may be for sale or exchanged to the public. So everybody's been talking about community solar. This law does not apply to community solar. It applies to energy used on the premises. So I suspect that it actually doesn't matter which way we vote here because the article appears to be referencing the wrong law.
Okay, thank you, Howard, for that clarification. Is there someone who's trying to get my attention or does somebody need to mute themselves?
Somebody needs to mute themselves.
Okay. When Howard was speaking, Robin put his hand up. I just want to double check. Robin, did you have a response to that? Otherwise, I want to move to Lionel Chute. Sorry.
No, having heard everything that Howard had to say, I would have to double check the law to make sure that it's referencing the right statute at this point. So why don't you move to Lionel? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Lionel, what do you have to say about Article 14?
Yes, hello. I just would like to say that, as has been mentioned several times today, there was in fact a referendum last year that was approved quite strongly, and it was specifically written by Gino to describe a climate emergency. And an emergency usually requires a response that is not calm or necessarily easily addressed. An emergency typically requires a quick action to try to reverse what's taking place. And I've not seen any indication that the town has yet made that decision to in fact treat anything that's going on as an emergency. And I understand we've been dealing with COVID, that we have some real fiscal issues that are probably going to get worse before they get better, that may eclipse our ability to address meaningfully climate. And I also understand that we're not going to change the world. Putney could be absolutely perfect in terms of being climate neutral, and everything that we're concerned about happening will still happen. And so I can appreciate if some people view this as somewhat academic for us to try to walk our talk, but the emergency that was described is actual. And what we're talking about are positive feedbacks from methane releases that are being triggered by the higher temperatures from the carbon that we've been putting into the atmosphere. As that methane takes over, we will lose any opportunity to reverse anything that happens, and we will be entirely in crisis mode. I would suggest that with regards to this particular warrant article, that I would agree that we should vote it down. But if we're going to look at what to do going forward, I'd like to suggest that we might consider a tax, but we would take all of the proceeds of that tax and dedicate it 100% to actual climate action. I appreciate that the select board's very busy, that Karen is extremely busy, and I mean that sincerely, but to expect the Energy Committee to somehow magically take care of all this by themselves is incorrect, and it won't work. I'd like to see more leadership from the select board, if at all possible, in the coming year. And I blame myself as well, and I'll try to be more present and try to be helpful on that as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Lionel. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on Article 14? I see that Howard has his hand up, but is there anybody who hasn't spoken yet? Howard, what would you like to say?
Just to clarify, it has been mentioned right now, and it has been mentioned earlier as well, about the town of Putney levying a tax. Just to be sure that it's clear to everyone, Vermont is a Dillon's rule state. Now, what this means is that towns have no powers that have not been specifically granted to them by the Vermont General Assembly via Vermont statutes. So for there to be a tax on impacts or a tax somehow involving carbon or anything else of that sort, this would require an act of the Vermont General Assembly applying to every town in Vermont. Putney has no power to do so unilaterally.
Thank you, Howard, for that clarification. I see no other hands up. I'm assuming, Lionel, that you just haven't put down your hand, your electronic hand, or did you wish to speak again, Lionel? No, his hand is down. I don't see any other hands up, so I'm tempted to go to Article 15, unless I hear otherwise. Okay, Article 15. Shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize the select board to maintain the Veterans Memorial and Gardens at Town Hall and accept the transfer of the Putney Historical Society money market funds and create a memorial fund for said purpose? I know, is somebody willing to speak on this Article 15
Yeah, I have an email from Laura Ellis that I would like to read.
Thank you.
So this says 2022 Putney Town Meeting, Article 15. Planning and fundraising began in the late 1990s with the goal of having a Veterans Memorial in Putney in time for our 250th celebration in 2003. Laurel Ellis, representing Putney Historical Society, and Marilyn Loomis, longtime active Putney citizen, formed the committee that researched names for inclusion on the memorial. They held several fundraising events here in town, and they applied for and received a grant for the full cost of the memorial from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which was passed through the Vermont Department of Buildings and Urban Development. The grant wasn't received until 2005, but the memorial was built in time for the semi-quincentennial, thanks to the funds raised and temporary loans made by local citizens. It was dedicated on November 9th, 2003. To be included on the memorial, the veteran had to have been a resident of Putney at the time of enlistment, or as requested by the Select Board, a resident of Putney for at least 20 years prior to 2003. Since the completion, several names have been added. And then I have a note here that says that the 20-year residency requirement was never intended to be extended into the future. As the memorial is on town property, it seems more practical for someone acting on behalf of the town to handle inquiries and decisions concerning the memorial in the future. Accordingly, Putney Historical Society feels that it's time to turn the maintenance fund over to the town. Also, the committee wishes to retire after more than 20 years of involvement. And that was for Laurel Ellis.
Laurel is online.
And Laurel is on the line. Is that what you said, Karen?
I see that she is here. I don't know if you'd like to say something, and Lisa too.
Is there anybody who wishes to add? Yes, go ahead.
I could speak, briefly. I don't know. I'm the treasurer of the Historical Society. It is a fund that we hold. Sorry, I'll put my video on. Yeah, it's a fund we've held for many years, as Laurel's email suggested. And it seems, we don't have a lot to do with it. Laurel has been the one who's handled a lot of the requests, and there aren't a lot, but it does feel like it's time for the town to, it would be nice for the town to manage this since it's there. I think most people assume that the town manages it now. There's a decent fund that will support it. So I don't think it's not a cost to the town.
Great. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions about Article 15? Or any comments? Yes, Vanessa.
I just wondering, or I'd like to hear from Karen, I suppose in particular, town hall representatives on how they feel about taking on yet another task.
Great. Karen.
Thank you, Vanessa. So this would be a special account, and like the White Whitney and the Cemetery Fund, Edwall Fund, they will be managed on a quarterly basis. So that's not going to be a problem. So we have reporting, and it goes into our system as a separate account. So that money will be tracked separately. Its own account. And then as far as managing the memorial, John Johnson as the town clerk, he's in charge of the death certificate. So when people do pass and they were a resident of Putney, and their name can be added to that memorial, and as cemetery commissioner, he would be the person to deal with that, because he's got information straight up. So it's not going to be much management. It's just another account that will have to be reported on.
And it really-
Jonathan, do you want to jump in on that?
Sure. Karen's right. I am the town clerk. I manage our vital records, including processing death certificates. Death certificates do have a line as to whether somebody's a veteran of the armed forces. And so we would have an indication of that and whether they were eligible based on the criteria set up when the fund was established, as indicated in Laurel's email. I'm also running for re-election as cemetery commissioner. So this would kind of be right up my area of responsibility to take over. I know that we've done some maintenance. We had somebody come and clean it a few years ago, just because it was all moldy, and they scrubbed it down with bleach and it looked really nice after. We placed the cemetery commission places the flags before Memorial Day. I think this is a win for the town and a win for the Historical Society.
Thank you, Jonathan. Eva Mondin. You'll need to unmute yourself, Eva.
Unmute. Am I there?
You're here.
Okay. Well, folks, it's not just dead people that are on there. The last time I looked, Bob Nassau was alive, and so was Paul Gustafson. It's people who are in the military from this town, as well as those people who've passed. Okay?
Great.
Let's don't kill off Bob Nassau and Paul Gustafson and other folks. Let's don't do it, please.
Thank you, Eva, for that clarification.
Just
Very
one
important.
Is that
Yes.
the maintenance of the ground around it is already the responsibility. I mean, we do that already, so it doesn't increase our maintenance work. So that just to be clear about that, it's a small detail, but
Okay. Any other questions or comments about Article 15? It looks like we can move on to the last article on the ballot. Shall it be, this is Article 16. Shall it be resolved that the voters of the town of Putney urge the sheriff to adopt the separately attached updates to Vermont's fair and impartial policing policy, which would limit the Windham County Sheriff from collaborating with federal immigration authorities, and welcome and protect the rights of all people living in and passing through Putney. The updates are available at the town hall and will be mailed to voters that request them. And just to let voters know, the separately attached updates are also on the town website. And there is also a letter from the Windham County Sheriff's Department. So there's documents associated with Article 16 on the town website. I will now turn to John Field. Are you here?
This is Jane.
Jane.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks,
Thank
Meg.
you.
I invite you all to imagine you are an undocumented worker on a dairy farm driving through our lovely Putney. As our Windham County Sheriff's written policy stands now, you need to be worried that a deputy could pull you over for an infraction, like a broken taillight, and that interaction could result in you getting locked up and deported. Article 16 urges the sheriff to close loopholes in the current fair and impartial policing policy, affectionately called FIP. The purpose of FIP is to protect Vermont residents from biased policing based on personal characteristics such as race, gender identification, and sexual orientation. Police departments in 7 different cities, Brattleboro, Burlington, Winooski, South Burlington, Hartford, Norwich, and Richmond, plus the Addison County's Sheriff's Office, have all adopted the reforms contained in our Article 16 to limit local police and deputies from engaging in federal immigration law enforcement. It's noteworthy to recognize that Vermont's Attorney General has determined that the reforms adopted by each of these towns and the county, Addison County, are in compliance with Vermont state law. We urge our sheriff to adopt a written policy for his deputies, making clear their focus on local and county policing and clarifying that they are not to take on the work reserved for agencies like ICE and CBP, Customs and Border Patrol, who monitor, profile, arrest, detain, and deport immigrants. Policing in Putney should align with the values of our community, which include welcoming and protecting the rights of all people living in and passing through our town. We want our sheriff to adopt these changes to the existing written policy. Good intentions are never a substitute for documented policies. I'd be happy to go through the various changes that are listed on the website, but perhaps we just want open discussion now. Your call.
Thank you, Jane. I have a hand up, so why don't I turn it to Mike Mrowicki, and then you can respond as maybe we get some more questions or comments as well. Mike Mrowicki.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we maybe just for a second, we are getting a little bit of from the town of Putney, a laptop where you seem to be getting some interference. So I don't know if there's a sound issue that can be resolved. Mike, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to mention a few things about this, and just as Jane mentioned, there's the concern people would have about getting stopped for infraction like a cracked light. And I wanted to tell people that I've sponsored a bill, and we're going to be working on this in 2 weeks to stop that practice from happening, because it unfairly usually targets BIPOC Vermonters. But I'd also like to ask special permission of the meeting here for Nader Hashim, who's come on from Dummerston. He's not a resident of Putney, but he did help pass the FIP law. And I think he could speak to the law specifically about why they did that, and might be able to give some background into this. So I'm going to ask if the moderator could, I'm not sure how to do this. If we were in town meeting, we would ask permission of the whole meeting for someone from out of town to speak.
Mike, I think that's such a great question. So I'm going to say, unless I hear any objections, which is what I would say in town meeting, because we're opening this up for voters to be able to ask questions. And Mike Mrowicki, you believe that Nader would be helpful in answering those questions.
Sure.
I don't see any difficulty with that.
Okay, then I'm going to yield to Nader Hashim.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. And I have to say, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak in Putney, even though I'm not a Putney resident. I definitely won't be able to describe things as eloquently as Jane did just a few minutes ago. So thank you, Jane, for that. I do want to mention to the town that when I was in the House of Representatives, this was a bill that I worked on, and we did a lot of in-depth work on this. And I just want to be available to answer any questions, because I know there are, there's a lot of inquiries as to whether or not certain provisions might be legal in terms of conflicting with federal law or state law. And I know, folks might be curious as to why we would need something like this in the town of Putney. And, one of the major things, or one of the significant things that I'll mention, is that historically, states and towns do not bear the burden of the responsibility of engaging with federal immigration enforcement. And that's something that's been well established in Supreme Court cases. I'll also mention that throughout the course of creating this piece of legislation, we spoke with a number of attorneys who reiterated the point that there's no part of this that is a violation of state or federal law. That was something that I had a concern with at the very beginning. I didn't want to open up the state of Vermont or any of our towns to liability or having laws preempted by the federal government. And so repeatedly we heard that there was nothing that would be a violation of state or federal law if we were to implement this. So just wanted to put that out there. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them to the best of my ability.
Great. Thank you, Nader. Vanessa.
First of all, thank you so much for your work on this and for all who brought it to the voters of Putney. I really hope that this passes. I have just a quick question, wondering whether it also applies, does it apply to all federal agencies, meaning also the DEA? Since I had friends end up in federal prison who were following state laws, but got trapped under Bush's federal DEA. So that's all.
Thank you, Vanessa. Can somebody answer that very specific question? Does this also apply to the DEA? Yes, Nader. The department, sorry, Drug Enforcement Agency.
So I'll say that, in reading the language, it states that the involvement with federal immigration authorities or communications regarding citizenship or immigration status. So I would say that, yes, it does apply to the DEA or any agency that is engaged in immigration enforcement.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments, concerns? Somebody who hasn't spoken yet? And Vanessa, I assume that your hand is up, not for a second question, but because you didn't put your hand down. Is that? John Field. You may need to unmute yourself.
Hi, folks. I think there's been tremendous support for Afghan refugees that have been coming to our community. Maybe now Ukrainian refugees that will be coming to our community. And I'm hoping that, our town embraces people who mostly come from Mexico and Central America and who mostly work on dairy farms in the northern part of the state, but not exclusively. In our community, there's quite a few asylum seekers. People know of the Community Asylum Seekers Project. And their immigration status is sometimes unclear. But for anybody traveling through our town and through our county, I'm just hoping that we have the same regard for them as we do for, refugees from other parts of the world, like Afghanistan. And I appreciate that Nader has weighed in on this. And I'm just very struck by the fact that towns all around the state have passed these and police departments have embraced them. The former police department, the chief of police in Brattleboro said it was kind of a no-brainer. He told a Putney resident that the work of local police is community safety and not working with federal immigration officers, because that leads to distrust in the community. So I support this resolution.
Thank you, John. I'm looking to, Howard. Yes, Howard.
Because of my background working, among others, with attorneys on such questions, I'm going to ask, if the Windham County Sheriff refuses, what will you do?
Would somebody like to answer Howard's question? And maybe I'll, Jane, would you be interested, since you spoke on behalf of this article? Could you answer Howard's question?
Yeah, I think first steps first, and we're hoping that the sheriff, he said he has a professional department. He actually said that they've been practicing with these changes but it's just not in the written policy. So I think we're very hopeful that when the town speaks up, that this is what we want, that he will be receptive.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands up. And that was the last article as it appears on your ballot. So I'm going to turn it back to the select board to continue their meeting.
Well, I don't think we have a whole lot of continuing to do unless somebody wants to bring anything up. There is a section here for other business. Is there any other business? Karen has her hands up. Hand up. Go ahead, Karen.
I just like to thank David Babbitt for serving for the last 3 years. Yeah, I mean, you were green when you came in and you asked a lot of questions and you did a lot of listening. And, you know, the first year I know was a struggle, but it is for anyone on this board. And I think, Eileen, you can attest to that. So I just want to thank you for your service because, you know, chemistry goes a long way. And you had different views.
Mhm.
And you did represent a majority of people.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Karen. I hope at least I did no harm. I'm not sure I did much good, but it was a steep learning curve for me, and being kind of a, you know, individualist, being raised to take care of my own business, not really feeling like I needed any governance, and never really considering that I would be involved in it in any way. I never thought I'd sit on this board, but thank you for having me, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful to all of you. I'm a better citizen because of it. I will stay more involved, and I'm mostly sorry that I didn't have the time running my business and all the other things that I have to do. I'm mostly sorry I didn't have time to do the trainings and to apply myself to the things that were most important to me in this. I most enjoyed working with you, and I most enjoyed working on the budget, and actually feel like, even though, and this is just my opinion, even though most of our time was spent on social matters in the last 3 years, that accomplishing what we did to try to make the town closer to solvency will reap benefits far into the future, and I'm proud of that. So thank you for giving me the chance to serve, and when I retire, maybe I'll come back and drive you all crazy again.
Great. So I don't know, select board, if you can see there's a couple hands up.
Yeah. Howard, do you want to go ahead?
Okay. Mr. Babbitt, we should perhaps be reminded that there was an open seat. No one was running for it. You were drafted via a write-in vote. And my understanding is that this was without your knowledge. And if so, of course, state law gave you the right to refuse to serve, but you did serve. And I can say during my many decades of working with members of civic boards in Vermont and also in Quebec, you are in the front rank of the people I have associated with on such boards. So we certainly have benefited from your service, and I cannot think of any harm that you have done. Now, of course, maybe if I think harder, but so far so good for you. Now, the other thing I just wanted to cover off on a point somewhat earlier, I provided a list of businesses serving the public, and businesses and arts organizations serving the public in the town of Putney. And it just so happened I was making the list to avoid having a Rick Perry moment, and our facilitator called on me. So I didn't finish the list and was correctly called out for that. I have a list of 14, and I won't read the ones I read before, but yes, indeed, the Putney Mountain Winery, Hidden Springs Maple, Acacia, Moose on Main, Santa's Land, Rods, and Exit for Sunoco, which, yes, I know it's in Dummerston, but really it's a Putney organization because how far is it from most of Dummerston? So, just to reinforce my point, we have a lot of public-facing organizations in Putney already who perhaps could be consulted about where they would like to go from here. I know there has been a Putney Business Association, which my understanding is in recent years it has been dormant, shall we say, which is the French word for sleeping. But that's a possibility. I don't need to say anything more at this time, but I did want to cover off these other businesses because yes, I got caught making the list, and so I thought I'd better finish it. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Eva, you'll have to unmute.
Davey, it's not over yet. Okay, okay. Am I on?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, well, this is one of the few things, the few jobs that that I've really supported, people being drafted. And it was one of the lights in my past couple of years is to see Davey on the board. I think you brought a common sense to the board. Not to say that other people aren't, but you brought a working man's common sense view and a working woman's common sense view. And I appreciate it ever so much. And I appreciate your respectfulness to all of us in the community. That's been my experience. So, Davey, you've been the best, my man.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you so much. Coming from you, that means a lot. It really does.
All right. Any but John.
Oh, I just wanted to thank you all for sitting through probably the most beautiful day of the winter that we've had. And when you could be out snowshoeing or skiing or just doing whatever you wanted and not sitting inside of a room. And Meg, I particularly want to thank you for shepherding this thing as you always do. And, just taking the time to make this town what it is. Thanks.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Eva was the one who made me do this.
David wants to make another comment.
Howard made a good point. I didn't plan on doing this. Frankly, I didn't want to do this. I had plenty of other things that I could have needed to do with my time. I was unlike Eileen, who has years in service like this. I had no idea what I was doing. I don't have great education. If I can do this, anybody can do this. There's no reason that people don't step up and involve themselves in any committee they're interested in. We need that energy. We need everybody to come forward. We need all aspects of this town represented. So I can do it, you can do it.
Thank you. I would just, unless there's any other business, and I don't see any hands up on there, I just want to reiterate my gratitude, and I think our gratitude to all the employees of the town of Putney who do so much to make our lives as comfortable and good as they are. Again, particularly to Karen as she leads that mission, because it's a huge task and Karen is really dedicated and really does an excellent job at it. I also want to just give a particular shout out to everybody who contributed to working on the Putney Town report this year. It's a really nice report, very thorough, very well done, and I'm very grateful to all those who worked on that. So, David, thank you for your service. David's taking his name tag with him. And thank you all for being here today. As John said, sitting, through this on a beautiful day. It looked to me like we had sort of an average of somewhere close to 60 much of the meeting. So that's good. That's not huge, but I do think that we will continue to have virtual opportunities at our meetings, regardless of how the pandemic proceeds, because I do think it increases participation. But we also would be happy to have you all, see you all in person, and have you be on committees, et cetera. So thank you all for being here. And also thank you, Meg, in particular, for leading us.
Thank you.
So is there a motion to adjourn?
Want to make your
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the public informational meeting. And if there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your day. And don't forget to vote.
Great.